Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Bai Sheng was already auctioning the next immortal goo. Feng Jioge was expressionless, looking at delight in water and mountain immortal goo in his hand. His gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal goo. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Each strength immortal goo is precious, but it is only useful to strength path goo immortals. Even if I sacrificed vaguely familiar face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal goo is still in my hands. I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Jioge reflected in his heart. His expression gradually eased. In the hall, many goo immortals were bidding for immortal goo. Feng Yuan was like Feng Jioge. He was not on the stage. He was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jioge gave up each strength immortal goo, Feng Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete wisdom path inheritance was slightly more complete than Feng Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. There was a goo recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 memory thought goo, an immortal goo recipe for recall immortal goo, and several mortal killer moves. This memory thought goo is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this goo, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine recall immortal goo, that would be even better. Feng Yuan inspected it and stored this wisdom path inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine immortal goo for the time being. The cost of refining immortal goo was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Feng Yuan already had many immortal goo. He did not need to use recall immortal goo. It was just icing on the cake. Feng Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if each strength immortal goo could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly. It could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Feng Yuan focused on vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was only 50% complete. However, Feng Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad, especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal goo. Core immortal goo. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now, it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Feng Yuan's original plan. He had transformation path attainment level, wisdom goo's help, and the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now, with this 50% of vaguely familiar face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human, and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Feng Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Bai Sheng had already auctioned the final few immortal goo, the second last immortal goo among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The goo immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Bai Sheng, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many goo immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many goo immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal goo they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry. There were many loopholes. It was not as complete as during the 5 regions chaotic war in Feng Yuan's previous life. Qin Bai Sheng was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of luck inspection Gu's recipe. Qin Baisheng's words attracted the intense attention of many Gu immortals. Luck inspection Gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible. It could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection Gu could do so. It could be said that luck inspection Gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance. Especially when some Gu immortals had bought some luck path immortal Gu, like move luck Gu, seal luck Gu, transfer luck Gu, break luck Gu, and so on, they had to be used together with luck inspection Gu. Qin Baisheng had his reasons for placing this luck inspection Gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless Gu immortals below the stage, Qin Baisheng continued, this set of luck inspection Gu's recipe not only includes mortal Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal Gu. What? There is no luck inspection immortal Gu? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled. There is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. It is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal Gu, everything related to luck inspection Gu is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baisheng's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal Gu. Immediately, a Gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke. A rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal Gu, can you protect it? Gu immortal Guorong's expression changed. He did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat. He scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baisheng, but the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baisheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve immortal Gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal Yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list. The quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Feng Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in Gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources. Lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Feng Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal Gu. The auction started. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal Gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most Gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another. The momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Feng Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection Gu. Unfortunately, mortal Gu had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal Gu recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baisheng said that he had luck inspection immortal Gu. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduce that immortal Gu are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal Gu. Feng Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, Feng Jiega, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common. They were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection Gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 Gu recipe. With mortal path luck inspection Gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Gu Master World had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, There was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this Gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal Gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used a mortal Gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this Gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baisheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A luck path rank 7 immortal Gu, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this Gu can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baisheng said loudly. This immortal Gu was similar to Calamity Beckoning immortal Gu. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 Gu immortals, and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal Gu, there was no need for any luck inspection Gu. It was very practical. As expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a metal path rank 7 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first-place Worldly Wave Trace and second-place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the rank 8 Gu Immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, he had many Metal Path Immortal Gu. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Fang Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Gu immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique immortal Gu. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune immortal Gu was especially suitable for spring-autumn cicada. The disadvantage of the spring and autumn cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this immortal Gu, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune immortal Gu's usage was much more convenient than connect luck immortal Gu. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Fang Yuan and characters like the 5 Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Fang Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Etion Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Fang Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Jioga, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Fang Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, It was still a rank 7 immortal goo. It was called Fortune and Misfortune. This goo's power was profound. It targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Tao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in goo immortal cultivation. Fortune from disaster immortal goo targeted this. As long as it was used. After a goo immortal passes the tribulation, the Tao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this goo, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the goo immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Tao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this immortal goo was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a metal path goo immortal, Qin Baisheng naturally used a rank 7 metal path immortal goo. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this goo. The following auctions took place one by one. Luck immortal goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream goo immortals, metal luck, wood luck, water luck, fire luck, and earth luck were the 5 great immortal goo. A rare immortal goo that surpassed luck path and wisdom path. Calculation immortal goo. It could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal goo were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Jiuge. This was to be expected. Feng Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 goo immortals and most rank 7 goo immortals were like Feng Yuan. They could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Feng Yuan's 2 immortal goo had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction. It is also the most important item. Qin Baisheng introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the goo immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal goo it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun appeared on the stage. Qin Baisheng explained, "No need to be surprised. I believe many goo immortals have already guessed it." That's right. These 2 were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance light lump. She obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyun. He is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal goo. It is Giant Sun Immortal's trump card goo. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal goo of yours. However, this fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo seems to be an expendable goo. It can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate it? In the hall, a goo immortal suddenly asked. Qin Baisheng smiled as he replied, "According to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal goo can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal goo below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven goo was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I used soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned. Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal goo recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo into an immortal goo worm. Of course, in the process of goo refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing this, most of the goo immortals' eyes almost spat out fire. Some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baisheng's lips curled up. He showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now, I will auction them. Because they are not immortal goo, there is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price? I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The goo immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted, 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Zhega said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts. It only excluded most of the bottom-tier goo immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas goo immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made their bids. The representatives of the super forces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket. The momentum was terrifying. Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the goo immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Feng Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path. He planned to focus on time path. He did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Lands case. He had more experience than Ma and Zhao. He knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune, rivaling heaven immortal goo, were extremely tempting. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo was rank 8. Feng Yuan was a mere rank 6. How could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yinyun lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Zhega, who bought Zhao Yinyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui Hu. This leader of snowy mountain blessed land, the number 1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The goo immortals, especially the representatives of the Huang Jin bloodline super forces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is in the hands of our northern plains righteous path. Many goo immortals of the Huang Jin tribes consoled themselves. But they did not know that Swordmaster Yulan, who represented the will of the prince's impatience, was actually Feng Zhega in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next. Everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours, we will start the free transactions. Qin Baisheng said this as he left the platform. He was tired. He had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence. It concerned his own benefits. He had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many Gua mortals could see it. People died for wealth. Qin Baisheng could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baisheng made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal goo were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though goo immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baisheng, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gua immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baisheng had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the Gua mortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted, naturally, they had to inquire about it beforehand. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other. But mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, Fang Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao, they were involved in the truth of the imperial court case. Fang Yuan was happy about it. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side. He could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gua mortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Goo worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gua mortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gua mortals desired. Gua mortals manage their immortal apertures and use the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores. Green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily. It was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gua mortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade, usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gua mortals, a Gua mortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Goo and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for him. This immortal Goo was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Goo. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling. The transaction failed and this immortal Goo returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Goo immortal captive, Qin Baisheng said, as he displayed the sleeping Goo immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading, but selling Goo immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Goo immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baisheng announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baisheng introduced. Some of you might know this Gu Immortal captive. His nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 Fire Path Gu Immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 Heavenly Tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture. Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good. No wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu Immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us Fire Path Gu Immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu Immortals were moved. Fire Path Gu Immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid 1 Heavenly Tribulation and many earthly calamities. Their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not Fire Path Gu Immortals, most Gu Immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu Immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baisheng had predicted, Loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, Wisdom Path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes. The rarer the Gu recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for Desolate Beast Corpses, Food Path Inheritances or Clues, Wisdom Path Inheritances or Clues, Time Path Inheritances or Clues. He even asked for Battle Bone Will Gu, White Bone Chariot Recipes, Lifespan Gu, and so on. Finally, Loner Hongyu belonged to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade, in every round, the Gu Immortal only had 1 chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Langya, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Xuehu and Heavenly Lord Baizu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies. In Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The Medicine Sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Langya was not the only thing that could capture Gu Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu Immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number, but the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Gu Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? This immortal Gu House is actually being sold? Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Haha, those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, In Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything. They could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, This lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the two sides broke down. The lone cultivator Gu Immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools. Didn't you hear Brother Chin's words? The seller wants wood path resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing. I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. The two leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a wood path Immortal Gu in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Super Force Ming tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a wood path Immortal Gu. We will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rang Zun also shouted. The temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, In Lu Gong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. In Lu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. Himph, I have a wisdom path unravel mystery Immortal Gu. I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoisha spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Baizu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly. The scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved. His eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly. It should be unravel mystery Immortal Gu? Floating astronomy. Chapter 769. Unravel mystery Immortal Gu. Unravel mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it. Only the rank 7 Gu Immortals and rank 8 great experts of super forces could compete for it. Especially super forces, the allure of an Immortal Gu house to super forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it. They adopted the auction rules. Qin Baisheng smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat. Your Zombie Alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. In Lu Gong's side, the current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end. The price was still rising. In Lu Gong was an understanding person. He knew that at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Fang Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 Immortal Gu captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunderhand. He is the only rank 7 Gu Immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Hua High Immortals. They belong to Wood Path. Evidently, using these 4 Gu Immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a Space Path Gu Immortal. They were not compatible with each other. The allure of these 4 Gu Immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, Immortal Gu were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good Gu. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The strength path immortal goo that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal goo to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for fixed immortal travel and connect luck, these immortal goo are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain unravel mystery immortal goo, Feng Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity in this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel mystery immortal goo itself was not something Feng Yuan needed. But in Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this goo as the core and combine it with other rare supplementary goo. Brewing a Dream Path Killer move. Dream Path Immortal Killer move. At this time, the 3 Venerables spread throughout the 5 regions. Involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable, all super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal goo had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path mortal goo, she did not circulate them. She treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become goo immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Feng Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path mortal goo recipes. But mortal goo were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal goo. The amazing thing was, be it the 2 now or the Dream Path Immortal goo that appeared later in Feng Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 Venerables, 2 male and 1 female Immortal Venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female Immortal Venerable. In the short term, Feng Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal goo. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal goo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of goo depended on the user. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master. Genius goo masters were often able to combine different goo worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Feng Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal goo. He only used Cleanse Soul Immortal goo of Soul Path as the core, along with other mortal goo, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer move was the same. The core Immortal goo was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used, it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this goo, I can gather Dream Path goo materials and refine mortal goo one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life. I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms. I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Feng Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer move. It was not inferior to Wisdom goo. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada and Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All-Out Effort goo. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Feng Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom goo's rank 9, it allowed Feng Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Who Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Feng Yuan to have the foundation of a goo immortal when he was immortal. He could stand on the shoulders of goo immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Feng Yuan had ample capital. Goo immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom goo was third. Using the light of wisdom, It gave Feng Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Feng Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Feng Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now, it was only third. As for the fourth, it was all-out effort goo. Even though this goo was only a rank 4 mortal goo, the timing was extremely good. It was Feng Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without all-out effort goo, there would not be Feng Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Feng Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Goo at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring-Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Feng Yuan became a demon Venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Who Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Feng Yuan became a Gu Immortal and had his own blessed land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioge and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao. They had suffered a huge loss. They had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal Captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources. All sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many Immortal Gu of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the 3 super forces, Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left to compete. Murong Jin Shao, as the sect leader, I do not have an Immortal Gu house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Murong Tribe's Immortal Gu house lacks a core Immortal Gu. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed. He did not try to persuade anymore. He raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now, the price had reached 2 Immortal Gu. It far surpassed the value of the 4 Gu Immortal Captives. But Feng Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core Immortal Gu. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 Immortal Gu. They are hard to use. 2 Immortal Gu is already the limit. The 3 parties are already hesitating. The price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete Immortal Gu recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a Wood Path Gu cultivator. They are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal Gu, only one is Wood Path. It comes from Murong Tribe. It is an investigative Immortal Gu. Hehe, wonderful. Forget about the Gu Immortal Captive I have. Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao, the 3 Hua High Immortals are Wood Path Gu Immortals. In this situation, I might be able to make use of it. Feng Yuan acted quickly. He immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu through Qin Baisheng. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock. I do not have a Wood Path Immortal Gu. Murong tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock? Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved. He took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, then put up the 3 Hua High Immortals. The seller's eyes shined. After hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Baizu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra Immortal Goo, one of them even had a Wood Path Immortal Goo. But Heavenly Lord Baizu offered a Movement Immortal Goo and 3 Wood Path Immortal Apertures. They were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now, he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu had little interest in the 3 Hua High Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not lose anything. He still had to pay 2 Immortal Goo. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Feng Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Feng Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Feng Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident. It was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side? Feng Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly transmitted, "Not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event. It seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back?" Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng came to Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land. They had relied on the whole Earth Goo that Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear. It was unwise to rashly use whole Earth Goo to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful. There will be chaos soon. Feng Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart. Robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals. They had the same awareness as Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, when everyone left the Blessed Land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our Zombie Alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged. The crucial point is that this mission was something that Leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If Leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. In Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled. Lord Medicine Sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine Sovereign, he had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family. Perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately, their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan, with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world. Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along, the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the golden bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force would have a huge impact on both demonic path and lone cultivator factions. Yao Huang's expression did not change. His smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together. There is no time like the present. Why don't we have a good chat today? How about it? Haha, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the Immortal Gu House medicine hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited Old Ancestor Shuehu, he rejected. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shuehu made a huge investment, buying Ma Hong Yun and the precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hong Yun as the main material to recreate fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, and use it on himself. As the representative of the Prince's Impatience's will, Feng Jiega, who was disguised as Swordmaster Yulan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Feng Jiegu smiled as he looked around at the crowd. I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Jioga has great methods and guts. I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun, we can soul search her and find many precious clues. We can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal Gu. What should we do now? The Central Continent Gu Immortals spoke one after another. They were clearly following Feng Jioga's lead. Feng Jioga laughed heartily. Along the way, he had used his strength to suppress everyone, and now, he took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal Gu for everyone. Using Feng Jioga's methods and charm, with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Feng Jioga also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart. They were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Feng Jioga, this was enough. Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun, to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect, Feng Jioga said. Everyone heard this and felt their spirits rise. Feng Jioga continued, but this person has concealed himself deeply. I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng? He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 metal path Gu Immortal. I know this person. He is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu Immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Prince's Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. He Langzi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe. A Gu Immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. He Langzi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. He Langzi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf, a lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu immortals? Humph, if you have guts, fight me to your heart's content, let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu Gu immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter, coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal was shocked. The other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are He Chung? Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. And Fairy Jiangyu, why is the demonic path Shui Songzi with you? Chanyu Zhong'er, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe, but if you want to use this move to defeat He Langzi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jiangyu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression sank. The other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. He Chung, you are a He tribe Gu immortal. You have the Huangjin bloodline like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake. It is not too late to turn back now. Chanyu Zhong'er's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade He Chung. Shui Songzi laughed heartily. If your big brother Chanyu Shangyu was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chanyu Xiaosan, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed. You will definitely lose today. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression turned even uglier. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at He Cheng, shouting, He Chung, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. Do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone. You will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. He Cheng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jiangyu's words, he became firm. He did not speak. Instead, he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chanyu Zhong'er. He was using the most practical action to show his determination. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Green light flickered as Tai Bai Yunxing appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal. He had few down marks on him. Thus, the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting Gu immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Lishan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Lishan and He Lulan are not responding. Due to the alliance agreement, we have to react to this situation. Search, the most likely place is here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Lishan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed. They seem to be sleeping. Tai Bai Yunxing had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him. It's dangerous. Don't get close to them. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. They are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well. Chapter 771. Dream Realm? Tai Bai Yunxing heard Fang Yuan's words, and his gaze flickered. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore Starry Sky Blessed Land. They met with danger in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai Bai Yunxing of this matter. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing heard the word dream realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction. They were trapped by the dream realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the dream realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out. Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yunxing asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed. There was no such thing in the past, but now that dream realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations, especially in the 500 years of his previous life. During the middle and late stages of the Five Regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the Five Regions. The phenomenon of dream realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu Immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Bai Yunxing was helpless. He could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had weak defenses. It was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement. He even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough. I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain, even if I can destroy it. Tai Bai Yunxing has a kind nature. If I really want to attack, he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan, he would get Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first three were Strength Path Immortal Gu. The latter was an enslavement path and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan, especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu, as long as he obtained it. As the core, it could raise the power of the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. With it, Fang Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu Immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction. The profits far surpassed the Guts Gu transaction. This is because, using Mountain Pledge Gu to help others set up the alliance agreement, not only could he get a generous reward, but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths. It was mostly because of this Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an offensive Immortal Gu, nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Gu Immortal move. But no matter which Gu Immortal obtained it, they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary Immortal Gu. But Gu Immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Gu Immortals prioritized cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Gu Immortal's life. Only during the Five Regions' chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Gu Immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome Old Ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Gu Immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is Old Ancestor Xuehu. He has his own grotto heaven. He does not usually stay here. Why is he here? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when Old Ancestor Xuehu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me. I have something to discuss with you. We obey Old Ancestor's command. The demonic path Gu Immortals replied in unison. Gu Immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunxing turned pale with fright. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied. Old Ancestor Xuehu will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel. Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan. She did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave and is the most crucial person in the True Yang building case. If she is captured and soul-searched, we will all be finished. Boom, boom, boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language. Chanyu Zhong'er, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chanyu Zhong'er. He escaped while shouting with a fearful expression. He Lang Zi, hey Chung, don't go overboard. I will fight you to the death. Immemorial flame axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky. It was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move. It had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhong'er's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jiangyu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Lang Zi away. Damn it! Chanyu Zhong'er gritted his teeth. His heart sank to rock bottom. His furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Gu immortal appeared behind him. Chanyu Zhong'er was shocked. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chanyu Zhong'er. This distance is enough. Now, taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead. Chanyu Zhong'er's movements froze. His body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chanyu Zhong'er was shocked. Ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. Quickly help me, the black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, He Cheng and Shuesong Zi flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the three immortal souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul lead immortal Gu was like this. It was like a tug of war. Disregarding everything else, it was a contest of souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu immortal, He Cheng, and Shuesong Zi worked together. Against Chanyu Zhong'er, they had a huge advantage. I am unresigned. I hate this so much. Let me go. Chanyu Zhong'er could not resist it. His soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chanyu Zhong'er's blessed land. So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do? Chanyu Zhong'er's soul was in the black-robed Gu immortal's hands. He shouted angrily. No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake. Fairy Jiangyu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chanyu Zhong'er, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood. His face was shrouded in darkness. His voice was hoarse. Qin Baisheng was plotted against. Humph. So this Swordmaster Yulan is a central continent Gu immortal in disguise. We cannot lose Qin Baisheng. We need to save him. Fairy Jiangyu's tone was anxious. She did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu immortal and He Lang Zi followed closely behind. Only He Cheng and Shuesong Zi were left behind. Lord He Cheng, should we follow? Shuesong Zi was hesitant. He Cheng looked at the black-robed Gu immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared. He had many methods and great strength. His relationship with Fairy Jiangyu was clearly not ordinary. Shuesong Zi was hesitant, but so was He Cheng. It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Lang Zi might be the same as me. We might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu immortals. He Cheng's gaze flickered. He flew up and chased after Fairy Jiangyu and the rest. Shuesong Zi snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff, huff, huff. Qin Baisheng breathed roughly. He had dozens of injuries on his body, Some were bleeding. Some were deep to the bone. Some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of northern plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to injure 3 of them. Feng Jioge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baisheng, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baisheng, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baisheng frowned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! A foreign person sneaking into my northern plains. Intruder! Let me tell you, I am a man of northern plains. I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Jioge sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baisheng stared at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jioge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier. He had his pride. I will only use one move. If you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jioge slowly flew towards Qin Baisheng. His expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Chapter 773. One move. Hearing Feng Jioge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and New Erdu, killing by Kenzi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rangzun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire Northern Plains, there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me, but it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal. You want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Jioge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Jioge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated, I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings, and the world. Until now, I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baisheng's laughter stopped. He looked at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it and bowed to Feng Jioge solemnly. I have not asked for your name. Feng Jioge returned the greeting. I am Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng's expression changed. So you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. No wonder. Ha ha ha. Then come. Let me see your power. As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng had heard of Feng Jioge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Jioge's identity, Qin Baisheng's heart surged with boundless battle intent instead. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the number 1 person? I'd like to measure your weight. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply, saying slowly, This song is called Green Jade Song. Please enjoy it. The other Central Continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. Come. Qin Baisheng shouted. His gaze was like lightning. His battle intent surged. He had a heroic aura. Snowy mountain blessed land. 3rd peak. This time, it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shui who, even me, I might not be able to save her life. In the secret room, Fairy, thanked Feng Yuan and Fairy, Tai Baisheng, and Immortal. Gu immortal was Gu immortal, she, Gu, and by, immortals of the Emu of course, she of them, of course was, Gu, was, she, by. Once his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down by the Gu immortal world. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed deeply. Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng would be implicated. These three were tied to the same rope. Sigh. Fairy Li Shan sighed. I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you two have a way to wake little Lan up? Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said solemnly, difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan. You were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm. Even if we kill her, she will not wake up. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. If it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way, Fang Yuan. It seems that you have a way. Fang Yuan chuckled. He Lulan is quite lucky. I obtained a goo at the auction. It can be used to create a dream path killer move. It can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal goo is not enough. We need the help of many mortal goo. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, I can help with this. Fang Yuan, what materials do you need to refine goo? You can tell me. I will do my best to satisfy your request. But Fang Yuan shook his head. These dream path mortal goo require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream goo is different from other paths. The entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details. Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path goo worms were very different from goo worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world. They were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's. It could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path goo worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result. It was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Fang Yuan's situation and experiences. Especially the Guts Goo transaction, Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Fang Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously, he researched Airsac Goo and could actually transfer Guts Goo. Now, he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create. I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that I'm a straightforward person. I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned. She was already familiar with Fang Yuan's nature. She was not surprised. She smiled. The debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal Yuan stone, immortal goo recipes, or immortal materials do you want? Just name it. Her tone was very polite. After all, she had a request. Fang Yuan raised his head and smiled. I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength goo and strength chi goo in He Lulan's hands. 2 lives, 2 goo. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal goo are Shaolan's core goo worms. A gentleman does not take what others like. Fang Yuan's condition is too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 goo worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we are discovered, Shaolan's life will be in danger. I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Shaolan, the 2 of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill. Helping us is also beneficial to the 2 of you. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable. I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition. I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them. It was just that it would take some time. Thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised, "Wait, Feng Yuan, let's talk." "Fairy, what do you want? I am all ears." Feng Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. "Sigh, Feng Yuan, don't be like this. The two strength path immortal goo are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now." Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Feng Yuan showed an understanding expression. "That's right. I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything." "Fairy, you are right. Self-strength and strength chi goo are Halolan's immortal goo. How can you make the decision? Forget it. We are allies after all. I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path goo worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time. We need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up Hailulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If Hailulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunsheng and I are in Central Continent. Even if Hailulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for Hailulan." These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunsheng was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, "Speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if Hailulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement?" "Sigh, this is a troublesome matter." Tai Bai Yunsheng had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. "You too." Fairy Li Shan was furious. Hailulan's identity was hidden, even though Heiqing knew about it. The other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose Hailulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save Hailulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save Hailulan was to rely on Feng Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Feng Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say, 2 immortal goo. But you can only choose between strength chi and strength chi. I can make the decision for Little Lon. The remaining immortal goo will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth. This is my bottom line. Don't force me anymore." Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but be moved, he sighed. "Hailulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Feng Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was Feng Yuan's senior brother, Feng Yuan was the leader. To save Hailulan, Feng Yuan had to make a move. Feng Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength chi and self chi were good, but Feng Yuan had obtained several new strength path immortal goo. He did not need them as urgently as before. Chapter 774. What, you want mountain pledge goo? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain pledge immortal goo was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Once Mountain Pledge Goo was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Feng Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke. Don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo. This was mostly a test. He had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Feng Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several immortal goo here. You can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when little Lon wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Feng Yuan was still thinking about that slavery immortal goo in Hailulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's immortal goo, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This immortal goo is not bad. I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan chose an immortal goo and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this immortal goo not long ago. It was snatched away by Fang Yuan before she could even use it. This goo was called Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal goo. It expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling. She tried to persuade him. Fang Yuan, if you really choose this goo, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this time luck immortal goo from Qin Bai Sheng as a reward. If ordinary goo immortals use this goo, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead. I am afraid you cannot use this goo. You might as well choose other immortal goo. Oh, so it is like that. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Goo path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A goo master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan goo could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, goo immortals valued their lives even more than goo masters. They valued their lifespan even more. Qin Bai Sheng's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains goo immortal world. Even so, not a single lifespan goo was auctioned. Instead, in mortal goo masters' transactions, lifespan goo would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After goo masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a goo immortal. They would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status in life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, goo immortals had limited lifespans. Living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal goo masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan. They would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the goo master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives. They would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Goo Yue, or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for goo immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more. They would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Li Shan was naturally a goo immortal. Time luck immortal goo expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses time luck immortal goo as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck. Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path. He immediately asked, I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me? Don't even think about it. Fairy Li Shan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed. In that case, I need this immortal goo even more. Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan? I wouldn't dare. Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained. Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal goo. The reason is simple. It is because I obtained a modified mortal goo recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since Time Luck immortal goo needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan. So it's like that. Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan. When we bought this goo recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have Time Luck immortal goo. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together. Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunsheng was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a Time Path Gu immortal, Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time were both Time Path Gu worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Li Shan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave Time Luck Immortal Gu to me? I can use the Immortal Killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Fang Yuan laughed, immediately saying, precisely because we have Fairy's Immortal Killer move, even if we cannot create a way to use Time Luck and Inch of Time together, we can still lend Time Luck Immortal Gu to you. At that time, you can use this Immortal Killer move to increase our luck. It will be the same. Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, Immortal Gu are unique. Time Luck Immortal Gu is in your hands. You naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would Time Luck Immortal Gu be lent to me? Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Fang Yuan was worried about? With Time Luck Immortal Gu in her hands, she also had an Immortal Killer move. She would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, even if she could increase the luck of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? Fang Yuan, this lad, is really not easy to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out Time Luck Immortal Gu. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Gu and this Immortal Killer move to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other Gu immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help, but she did not want the two-strength path Immortal Gu to end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus, she was completely eaten by the latter. Fang Yuan saw this chance and extorted. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it. Just based on Fang Yuan's shrewdness, if not for Time Luck Immortal Gu, he might not even want the other Gu worms. If he really wants the two-strength path Immortal Gu, what can I do? Do I have to watch little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, little Lan could use Immortal Gu when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster, because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable. Wrapping around little Lan tightly, she could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed. It could be said that Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person. She schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie. She only concealed it. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not wake up He Lulan, because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Fang Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Fang Yuan take away Time Luck Immortal Gu. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Fang Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted 2 Immortal Gu. Coincidentally, this was a new arrangement. He had profited greatly, but he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Fang Yuan wanted the two-strength path Immortal Gu, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb. Fang Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 Immortal Gu to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than Immortal Gu. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately set off, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and quickly refining mini Dream Path Mortal Gu to form an Immortal Killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the demonic path Gu immortals, and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 775. When Feng Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, in a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended, the victor had been decided. More than 10 Gu immortals surrounded the two people in the center. Qin Baisheng landed on the ground. His back was bent. He supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated. Almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song? Qin Baisheng raised his head and looked at Feng Jioge. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color. It was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade. It was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew. The sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind. The thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baisheng's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly. The jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baisheng. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move. They blocked Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baisheng's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Jioge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Jioge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baisheng. His tone was full of praise. That's right. This is the Green Jade Song I created. It can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. All right, you are a true man. It is too much of a pity for you to die like this. Searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jioge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng is an expert of the northern plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baisheng. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baisheng's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baisheng's wealth. Qin Baisheng was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Jioge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo. In the face of Feng Jioge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Jioge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baisheng, they might be even worse off. Feng Juji's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baisheng lost his battle intent. The Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves, no wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The young wisdom path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, He stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers. A colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 Immortal Goo Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 Mortal Goo worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core Immortal Goo is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Goo Immortals. Any higher, and you will face rank 8 Goo Immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced. He sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Bai Sheng not to play any tricks. Qin Bai Sheng's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you. I lost the bet. You can ask me anything, but you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Bai Sheng said. You. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were unhappy. They frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled. No matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly. I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Bai Sheng spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal goo? Qin Bai Sheng was stunned. Fang Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes. He felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang, oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Bai Sheng immediately said, this seller is called Sha Huang. He is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Jioge muttered. Continue. Qin Bai Sheng continued. I have not known this person for long. The reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo and found that this person's luck was not ordinary. Thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious. He seems to have a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Goo Immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 Goo Immortal, Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Bai Sheng's body shook intensely, his skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Bai Sheng growled in pain. He quickly focused his mind and activated Healing Immortal Goo. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable. His body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Jioge looked at Qin Bai Sheng before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind, without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Bai Sheng's words were all true. Thus, Feng Jioge asked, second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Bai Sheng heard this, and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent Immortals looked at Qin Bai Sheng, who had already shrunk into a black in the sky, a figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Jioge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal goo. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jioge shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to make a move, but I found out that this person has a soul explosion method. Just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this? The Goo Immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Jioge said with deep meaning, just look at this colorless tender bamboo. You will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic. It is all thanks to Lord Feng Jioge. Now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Jioge nodded. Next, we will split into 2 groups. One group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Goo Immortals listened to him. They split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, Lang Zi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Bai Sheng was ambushed. They have already fought? He Cheng was experienced. Seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jiang Yu quickly took out an investigative goo worm. After inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Bai Sheng was not captured. He escaped and went that way. Fairy Jiang Yu's investigative method made He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the central continent goo immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jiang Yu's manipulation, more than 10 goo immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors. Some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Jioge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 goo immortals attacked. Qin Bai Sheng actually escaped? Shuesong Zi was surprised. There are only 5 of us. How can we trap Qin Bai Sheng? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed goo immortal spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jiang Yu stored the goo worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression. Go. He is in that direction. Let's chase after him. Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg, gasp. So many of them. Fang Yuan, you are crafty and cunning. You really did not disappoint me. Land Spirit of Langya buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials. His expression was joyful, but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity, but also of good quality. The Land Spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Fang Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 goo immortal captives were all captured alive by Land Spirit of Langya. But in the end, Fang Yuan got the lion's share. No one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan said. Land Spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. He was not happy. Instead, he showed intense vigilance. Rascal, what are you up to now? He was truly afraid of being tricked by Fang Yuan. Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men. They are raised well. Almost all of them are experts in goo refinement. My batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal goo that I want to refine. Help me refine goo, and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid. This is a fair transaction. Fang Yuan said warmly. Chapter 776. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in the Legends of Ranzhou, Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Fang Yuan was floating above Dang Hun Mountain. In his original form, he was 10 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. He had a stocky build and 8 monstrous arms. But compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was as small as an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Dang Hun Mountain. He suddenly shouted, "Pulling Mountain!" At the next moment, a formless power burst out of his body, rapidly moving towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan spread out his 8 arms in a hugging posture, as if he was hugging a huge object. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength, as if he was lifting something heavy. Rumble at first. This sound was only a slight sound. But in the blink of an eye, the sound became louder and louder. The entire world started to shake. The source of the sound was Dang Hun Mountain. Under Fang Yuan's control, this crystal mountain started to rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered, the muscles on his 8 arms bulging up like thick rocks. Not just his arms, all the muscles in his body were mobilized. Creaking sounds came from his body. This was the sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Under his efforts, Dang Hun Mountain rose higher, gradually leaving the ground, reaching a height of 5 to 6 inches. At the side, Hu Immortal Land Spirit's mouth was slightly agape. She had an expression of shock. Rise again. Fang Yuan wanted to experiment to reach this step. He still did not stop. His body started to shine with rays of light. These lines were all over his body. They were not close together. They looked very sparse. The rays of light became brighter at the same time. Fang Yuan's speed of raising Dang Hun Mountain also became faster. At first, the mountain was only rising inch by inch, but now, it was rising inch by inch into the sky. Fang Yuan activated Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. He also took some time to inspect his body. These bright rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks were scattered all over his body. They were disorderly. Some were intertwined and gathered together. Some were independent, occupying certain parts of his skin. I will activate the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain with all my strength. The Strength Path Dao marks on his body resonated with the Immortal Goo. The power of the Immortal Goo did not change. But when I activate it now, I can use nearly 20% more power. Fang Yuan persisted for a while until cracks appeared all over his body. Dang Hun Mountain rose to a height of 200 to 300 feet. Only then did he slowly put down Dang Hun Mountain. The huge and heavy mountain fell to the ground, emitting a muffled thunder-like hum, raising billowing smoke and dust. Fang Yuan panted heavily. His entire body was sore, and his muscles were injured. A few breaths later, in front of the powerful regenerative ability of an immortal zombie body, no matter if it was injuries to the bones or muscles, they were all quickly healed. Fang Yuan's aura gradually stabilized, but he was still hovering in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and carefully recalled the feeling he had just experienced. Before using the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan had already made all sorts of deductions. Now that he was using it, he had a deeper understanding of it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path Goo Immortal, my Strength Path Dao marks have not increased. Thus, when I use my full strength, under the resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks, I can only increase my power by nearly 20%. Using Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo will continuously expend Immortal Essence. During this period of time, I have already spent 3 beads of Green Grape Immortal Essence. The Immortal Essence expenditure seems huge, but considering that the target is Dang Hun Mountain, the expenditure is not much. Dang Hun Mountain was a mystical land that could produce Guts Goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Even Snowy Mountain could not compare to such an important and precious land. Based on this, Fang Yuan guessed that if he were to uproot other ordinary mountains, it would be much easier than Dang Hun Mountain. What a great pulling mountain! After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and praised softly, feeling very satisfied. After all, any mountain could not be easily uprooted or moved. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Casually uprooting them would destroy them if the roots were broken. According to Chi Path's description, the entire world was made up of heaven and earth Chi. The two Chi converged and fluctuated endlessly, forming all sorts of natural sceneries. For example, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were formed from abundant heaven Chi, mixed with earth Chi. As for mountain peaks and hills, they were formed from the accumulation of earth Chi, mixed with some heaven Chi. It was always easier to destroy than to build. Mountains were easy to destroy, but not easy to move. The mountain roots were connected to the earth, and the earth Chi intertwined. Like the foundation of a tall building, if one forcefully uprooted it, the earth Chi would be cut and the mountain would be destroyed. But Pulling Mountain had a mystical ability. It could directly cut off the earth Chi and not damage the mountain. After falling down, it could connect with the earth Chi. This was not something ordinary methods could achieve. Pulling Mountain, pulling water. Next, I will try this Strength Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain, and with little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the eastern side of the Blessed Land, floating in front of the lake. On the eastern side of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were lakes of all sizes. In the past, Fang Yuan connected the east and north, using water to extinguish the fire. During this period, countless rockmen were sacrificed. Right now, there were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups living in the lake. Above the lake, there was a continuous stretch of dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, there were large numbers of star fragment grass, forming a grassland in the sky. In the grassland, groups of starlight fireflies were flying everywhere. Among the ordinary fireflies, there was a high proportion of starlight firefly goo. Thus, on the eastern side of Hu immortal blessed land, although the dark clouds were dense, the stars were shining brightly. In the sky, there was a star-cloud grassland, while on the ground, there were lakes of all sizes, sparkling and reflecting the light of the stars. Feng Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake and activated pulling water immortal goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Feng Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Deng Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up. Not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed. Large numbers of water plants were piled up together. There were also rocks, shells, and so on. Feng Yuan's 10 fingers moved. The formless force changed. The huge lake water, like soft mud, Feng Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere. Sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Feng Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running. Sometimes it looked like clouds moving. But no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun. Little Hu Immortal who was watching from the side. Her eyes were shining brightly as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Feng Yuan retracted the formless force and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal goo are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Feng Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a goo immortal. Against mortal goo masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two goo, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move myriad self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal goo, which can directly fuse with myriad self, because the concept of myriad self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunderpath Goo Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Goo recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when he created Blood Path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of effort, time, and effort? As for how to fuse these two Strength Path Immortal Goo into Myriad Self, Feng Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried. He was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his Strength Path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Feng Yuan had incomparable confidence in Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool for deducing Goo recipes, Immortal Goo recipes, Mortal Killer moves, Immortal Killer moves, and other things. Looking back at this auction, Feng Yuan lost Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, and Delight in Water and Mountain, while he obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Eat Strength, and Unravel Mystery. They were all good Goo. The key was whether they were suitable for him. During this period, Feng Yuan's battle strength rose by a large amount. Junior brother, you have gained a lot from this auction. When he completely digests them, your battle strength will rise by several times. Tai Bai Yunxing flew over with a joyful expression, congratulating Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. That's right. I have the desolate beast bat corpse now. I can add a third pair of bat wings. Eat strength immortal goo and iron crown eagle strength goo can be used to increase my strength path Dao marks. The more Dao marks I have, the more powerful my strength path immortal goo will be. I also need to refine inch of time, memory thought goo, malicious thought goo, and others in large quantities. Combining the complete unfamiliar face and incomplete vaguely familiar face, I can think of a brand new disguise method. All sorts of matters and aspects need to be carried out. In the following days, Feng Yuan would definitely be extremely busy. He would not be able to leave. But this was a good sign. The auction was a great opportunity. Feng Yuan grasped it tightly and made full use of it. He was able to open up a lot of opportunities in all aspects. Tai Bai Yunxing reminded, don't forget the alliance agreement you signed with Fairy Li Shan. The most important thing is to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo and combine them into an immortal killer move to save He Lulan. I understand this. Go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but smile. These last days, Shark Demon has been urging me several times. Junior brother, if anything happens, inform me. I will rush back immediately. Feng Yuan frowned. Be careful. We exposed many things in the auction. Ma and Zhao are also exposed. This is not good for us. Chapter 777. Light rain fell, and Qingmao Mountain looked even more verdant in the rain. Feng Yuan sat quietly in the room, facing his brother Fengzheng. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? All these years, uncle and aunt have raised us painstakingly, but you actually reported them to the clan's elder council. This is simply ungrateful. Fengzheng stood in front of Feng Yuan with his head held high and chest puffed out, reprimanding him righteously. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was like ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Next, he inspected his body and saw that in his rank 3 aperture, there were liquor worm, all-out effort goo and so on. Feng Yuan's heart settled, thinking, this cultivation is equivalent to when I was in 3 Kings' blessed land. At this time, Fengzheng shouted agitatedly, there is still some time before the Elder Council starts the trial, brother. You can still withdraw your case now. If you really report it, your reputation will be ruined. The surrounding people will look down on you, and I will not acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Feng Yuan chuckled, standing up and walking towards Fengzheng. Fengzheng took a step back. Brother, what are you trying to do? Seeing him like this, Feng Yuan felt a sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's confusion barrier. Feng Yuan was aware of this, but he endured the disgust in his heart, walking past Fengzheng and towards the door. Brother! Fengzheng suddenly turned around, grabbing Feng Yuan's arm. Feng Yuan was unable to move forward. He turned around and looked at his brother, the disgust in his heart becoming even more intense. He had an urge to slap Fengzheng's face and then walk away. But Feng Yuan became calmer. He lightly grabbed Fengzheng's arm, slowly exerting force, trying to get rid of him. But immediately, Fengzheng grabbed Feng Yuan with his other hand. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly, but a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked Fengzheng to the ground. Fengzheng was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Only then did Feng Yuan regain his freedom. He turned around and strode away. He walked out of the main gate. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He arrived at the meeting hall of the Guyue clan. The elders sat on the 2 sides of the table. The patriarch sat on the high seat in the middle. He looked down at Feng Yuan and Fengzheng. Feng Yuan examined himself and realized that he was kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Fengzheng was also kneeling. Feng Yuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that he had just kicked Fengzheng. Emotions surged in his heart. It made the dreamland bewildering barrier even stronger. In the first scene earlier, there was only 1 small room and 2 people. Right now, the meeting hall here was even more spacious than the small room. And there were close to 10 people, but their faces were blurry. Only Fengzheng's face was clear. Feng Yuan's gaze moved around. He only stared at the patriarch for a bit longer before the patriarch's face started to become clearer. Fang Yuan quickly turned his gaze away. He stopped looking. The more he looked, the more memories he had. The dream realm became even more lifelike. The more worrying thing was that it would affect his emotions. Once he fell in love, he would fall into the dreamland bewildering barrier. Fang Yuan did not have the help of a dream path immortal goo. Once he fell into the bewildering barrier, it would be hard for him to escape. Where are the goo refinement materials in this dream? Don't tell me they are not in the second scene, but deeper? Fang Yuan searched with his gaze, but couldn't find anything. Just as he was pondering, the patriarch spoke. Next, an elder came out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing uncle and aunt for embezzling his parents' inheritance. As a witness, Fang Jing spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything. He felt more disgust in his heart. There was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another. Their words were biased towards Fang Jing's side. They did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summon the defendant's side. At this time, the patriarch suddenly spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Fang Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation. There was no truth to it, but all the elders believed it. They sneered at Fang Yuan. I will give you one last chance. Do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was a trap in the dream realm. If he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus, he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed. He sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong. There is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass goo is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Fang Zheng kowtowed repeatedly, thanking. Thank you, Lord Patriarch. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence. Fang Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material in the dream appeared. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several goo worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors. Such audacity! He deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave. The surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Fang Yuan recall Baigu Mountain in southern border. Because of Gray Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing cooperated and escaped Baigu Mountain, escaping from Bai Clan's pursuit. This experience left a deep impression on him, engraved in the depths of his heart. At this moment, with a thought, the surrounding cave became even clearer. It even changed, becoming exactly the same as the white bone cave that he had experienced before. Fang Yuan was vigilant, quickly stopping his memories. At this time, Patriarch Guyue brought close to 10 elders and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision, chasing after him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, it would be harmful to his soul. There were even some who died from their dreams. In his previous life, countless goo masters were sucked into the maze of the dream realm when exploring the dream realm, eventually losing their lives. According to Fang Yuan's current soul foundation, death was impossible, but his soul would definitely be heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was the only guts goo seller in the world. But if he left the dream realm after getting injured, the dream material he had painstakingly found would vanish. Fang Yuan did not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. Fang Yuan retreated while inspecting the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his arms. The grass goo was vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan's mind was constantly sensing it, constantly reminding him that this was an excellent material for refining dream goo. Fang Yuan turned left and right, escaping into a small and exquisite cave. He immediately threw down several goo worms as a warning, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo according to the goo recipe in his memory. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by the pursuers, blocking the only entrance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, activating several strength path beast phantoms to forcefully break out of the encirclement. In the intense battle, he forcibly restrained his emotions, only forcing them to retreat, not killing them. A moment later, he found a second cave and entered the cave to refine goo again. This time, the goo refinement time was even shorter. He only completed 30% before being discovered by Fang Zheng. "He is here," Fang Zheng shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, sending Fang Zheng flying with a kick. At this time, an elder had already rushed over, attacking Fang Yuan's back. Every time he was injured in the dream, it was a heavy blow to his soul. Fang Yuan was in danger. He quickly turned around and burst out with several strength path beast phantoms, turning the elder who attacked him into minced meat. "Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death." Before dying, this elder shouted and cursed. The blurred face suddenly became clear, turning into the Academy Elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. At the critical moment earlier, he was distracted. His suppression of his emotions weakened, causing him to enter the dream even deeper. This was also the reason why he held back and did not kill the pursuers. The scenes in the dream were endless. It could be said to be endless. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, other pursuers would appear. Even if they were not pursuers, there would be different kinds of interference. Moreover, in a life and death battle, he had to be fully focused. His emotions would leak out easily. Dream realms were created to draw out the dreamer's emotions, causing them to be unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Eventually, they would be immersed in the dream realm, unable to escape. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. Even though his dream path attainment was pitiful, it was enough for him to face this dream realm. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fang Yuan came to a hall. It was the same as the scene of bone-flesh unity goo in his memories. Here, Fang Yuan finally refined a dream path goo worm. The pursuers arrived. Fang Yuan laughed, muttering to himself, "Time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him turned black. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The darkness faded, revealing the scene of Deng Hun Palace. It was the same as before he entered the dream. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His hands were clenched. He was still in the same position as in the dream. In the dream, he was holding the newly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo. Now that he returned to reality, this Dream Path Mortal Goo was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan was not flustered. He looked into his mind, only to see that in his mind, a Dream Path Mortal Goo was floating. All sorts of thoughts were dissipating like bubbles. The first Dream Path Mortal Goo is finally done. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. Chapter 778. Scoundrel, where are you going? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led the 3 immortal zombies, flying in the sky. They were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Jioge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. But at the crucial moment, he was obstructed by the Dao-marked door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Goo immortal was exposed. But one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Jioge stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. "Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives." "What?" The immortal zombies were furious. "Scoundrel, you can't escape. You actually dare to play tricks in front of me." A muscular immortal zombie said angrily, "Be careful, it might be a trap." A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper. She cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Gu immortals appeared. Together with Feng Jiugu, they formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Jiugu chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. The aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Gu immortal. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was grim. He immediately raised the morale. "So what if it is an ambush? You have 4, I have 4. Both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, so I don't think that immortal zombies are weak. It is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You outer region Gu immortals are truly daring. You want to target our Northern Plains zombie alliance? Humph. That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences?" The immortal zombies spoke. Their morale was set. Feng Jiugu clapped as he smiled. "By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right?" That was true. The 3 immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly. Even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Gu immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Gu immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Gu immortal, he would not live long. Feng Jiugu observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, "Your alliance's Downmark Gate is really powerful. I admire it very much." Although he had heard rumors about this before, but he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Downmark Gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The 4 immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Jiugu sighed. His tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone. "I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate, if you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely." Humph, shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly interrupted Feng Jiugu. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status. He had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged forward first, followed by the other 3 immortal zombies. They split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Jiugu's smile did not diminish. He lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak. He did not need to fight. On the left and right, 2 Central Continent Gu immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the Central Continent Gu immortals had the upper hand. Their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the 2 Central Continent Gu immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was ashen. He stopped. The other 3 immortal zombies also had low morale. They had fearful expressions. "What questions do you have?" as long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance. Ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Zhuge's smile deepened. He asked directly, I need to know about Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Sha Huang? Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said, Oh? Feng Zhuge's eyes flashed with joy. He said sincerely, I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Jiangyu and the rest were all injured. They breathed roughly. They were in a pathetic state. Humph. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, hee, you can forget about it. Qin Baisheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood. He had a tragic aura. Fairy Jiangyu shook her head, smiling bitterly. Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before, you are our leader. Humph. Qin Baisheng's expression was cold. He was still vigilant. Nonsense. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jiangyu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation. Since something was done to my soul, as the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time, I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jiangyu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu Immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one? There are no traces of modification in the soul. That is because we used a supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 Gu Immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem. It is too perfect. The user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. My lord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, my lord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path immortal goo contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jiangyu said as she took out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Baisheng looked at this immortal goo, silent. Fairy Jiangyu continued, Actually, Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this immortal goo to you. Feel free to inspect it. The soul path immortal goo flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baisheng. He really gave it to me. Shuesong Zi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless. He healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baisheng was very vigilant. He used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the immortal goo had no problems. Then, he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this immortal goo had a lump of soul inside, and this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baisheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered. He pinched his finger and crushed the immortal goo. Scoundrel! This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This, Shuesong Zi cried out, his heart aching. This was an immortal goo, but it was crushed just like that. He Cheng was also slightly shocked. He could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Cheng could not help but ask himself, if it was him, facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy, you? The black-robed Gu Immortal cried out in shock. He was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiangyu's lips curled up. As expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the immortal goo would be crushed, and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. What is this place? Qin Baisheng shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog. As Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, Shuesongzi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Luopa Valley? Qin Baisheng took a few glances, his mind shaking. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy, Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves again. Countless goo worms flew out of the valley, using a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm goo as the foundation, forming a super goo formation. The goo formation activated with great power. Helang Zi, He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest were shocked. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Baisheng screamed. The flute music lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before stopping. Dozens of goo worms, including many immortal goo, flew out of the valley, entering Qin Baisheng's immortal aperture like swallows returning to their nest. Qin Baisheng had recovered his strength. Finally, I'm back. Qin Baisheng looked at his hands. His voice was deep and his gaze was cold. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Deputy Envoy and welcomes your safe return. Fairy Jiangyu and the black-robed Gu Immortal knelt on the ground. He Cheng and Shuesong Zi bowed slightly. As for Helang Zi, he was still arrogant and unruly. He crossed his arms and watched coldly. Qin Baisheng recalled everything. He snorted coldly. Feng Jiega, I will remember this. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Jiangyu, did you only find these people? With just these people, we cannot take down Langya blessed land. It was my fault. Fairy Jiangyu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. He Cheng and Shuesong Zi's expressions changed slightly. Helang Zi opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he roared, Qin Baisheng, it's fine if you act mysterious, but you dare to look down on me? Chapter 779. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Helang Zi was like a pile of meat paste, lying at the center of the pit. He struggled, trying to get up, but his body felt like it was being pressed down by a formless mountain. He could not move at all. Helang Zi's eyes were bloodshot. His expression was distorted as he screamed. Qin Baisheng's hands were hanging down. He stood at the edge of the pit expressionlessly, looking at the struggling Helang Zi. One move, just one move, and Helang Zi could not retaliate. Shuesong Zi's eyes were filled with shock. He Cheng squinted, concealing the intense emotions in his heart as he thought rapidly. What a mortal killer move is this? With just one use, Helang Zi could not even use a single killer move. Helang Zi could not move, but he showed no signs of being pressured. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jiangyu, she was not surprised at all. As for the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal, his entire face was covered in a hood. His expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, make me use my killer move. Attacking me first, what kind of skill is that? I am not convinced. Helang Zi gritted his teeth. He laid in the pit, looking up at Qin Baisheng, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baisheng snorted in disdain, looking down at Helang Zi as his lips curled up. Attacking first is the advantage, as a demonic path Gu Immortal. You don't understand this? It seems that I overestimated you. True. Length. Wind. In a battle of literature, who cares if you are convinced or not? As long as you win, it is skill. Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused. His tone was cold as ice. Right now, I am the knife, you are the meat. You are at my mercy. You have to submit to me whether you want it or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to submit to me. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. Helang Zi did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Baisheng laughed heartily, releasing the restriction. Helang Zi felt his body relax. He laughed sinisterly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing light burst out. The light came and went quickly. It dissipated quickly. A ferocious giant wolf appeared in the huge pit. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and immediately pounced towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng stood at the edge of the pit, his tiny figure in stark contrast to the giant wolf. The giant wolf's attack had yet to arrive. It had already set off a huge gust of wind. The intense winds caused the Gu Immortal's robes to flutter loudly. He Langzi transformed into a giant wolf and attacked furiously. His aura was vast and mighty. Xuesong Zi and He Cheng quickly retreated to avoid being implicated. Qin Baisheng's position was the closest, seeing the giant wolf charging towards him. However, he did not move at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that He Langzi's attack did not surprise him. Boom! Another loud boom resounded in everyone's ears. The giant wolf whimpered and suddenly fell from the sky. Its four paws were on the ground, and a huge pressure was pressing down on its body. He Langzi was the same as before, once again unable to move. Within the huge eyes of the wolf, he looked at Qin Baisheng and yelled, "This move again? What kind of move is this?" "It's not a big deal to tell you." Qin Baisheng chuckled. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. With my soul foundation, I can directly suppress your soul. Even though you are strong, this move targets your soul. You do not have an immortal transformation that counters soul path. No matter what beast you turn into, you will not be my match. He Langzi, I will give you one last chance now. Submit to me, or die." Facing such a powerful Qin Baisheng, He Langzi fell into silence. He Cheng and Xuesong Zi looked at each other, feeling a bad feeling. Sha Huang. Feng Jiega looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself, "The information we got this time has no practical use at all." Beside Feng Jiega, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. "No, we have already obtained a lot of information." Feng Jiega chuckled. "Firstly, this immortal zombie Sha Huang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Xinjiang Tower incident." Lord Zhougu is right. Towards Feng Jiega's deduction, the other three immortals nodded in agreement. "What should we do next?" Feng Jiega thought about it before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained. It will be easier for him to make deductions." Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. "What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet?" Old Ancestor Shui, who held the list as he asked unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's fourth peak's Li Pang King. Li Pang King, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, "Old Ancestor, please don't be angry. I encountered a group of Sky Chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed." Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future and sit firmly on the fourth spot? You were raised by me. Your performance was the worst in this round. How will the other Peak Lords look at me? Old Ancestor Shui, who said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Pang King out of the hall. Li Pang King was unlucky this time. He encountered the Sky Chief Beast Group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Pang King left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Shui, who in such a tone. Old Ancestor Shui, who turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. "Wife, you do not know the crux of the matter. That is why you feel that I am too harsh on these Peak Lords. I searched Ma Hong Yun's soul and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Pang King's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him. The other Peak Lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck. There is such a thing? The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked in surprise. According to the theory of luck path, as Gu immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune rivaling heaven Gu is the emperor of luck. We will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the Gu refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster. Old ancestor Shui Hu explained in detail. As the second Peak Lord, Lady Wan Shou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned. Isn't this refining Gu for me? It will be a huge hindrance? Lady Wan Shou was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu immortals of Northern Plains. According to old ancestor Shui Hu's plan, she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hong Yun as the main material, to refine fortune, rivaling heaven Gu. Old ancestor Shui Hu nodded. So in this Gu refinement, not only do we need to prepare several portions of Gu refinement immortal materials, we also need to use other luck path immortal Gu to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Ma Hong Yun as the main material. Compared to refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu out of nothing, we can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials. It is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This Gu refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady Wan Shou was frowning with worry. Old ancestor Shui Hu smiled. He held her waist and consoled. Wife, are you worried that the Gu refinement will fail? Lady Wan Shou nodded, looking at her husband. Even a refinement path great grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me? Ha ha ha, wife, relax and refine. Regardless of success or failure, I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level. I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is my hope. Sigh, I hope I can make it in time. Old ancestor Shui Hu sighed deeply. Fong Yuan, bring down that chest of goods. The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted.
Yes.
Fong Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black-skinned fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. This kid actually has strength path cultivation level. I was wrong about him. Seeing Fong Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. No, I promise, second young master. I cannot fail like this. Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Fong Yuan's back. Slap. The clothes on Fong Yuan's back were instantly torn. A deep whip mark was left on Fong Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind. Fong Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan, because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated. His memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Fong Yuan's heart, but Fong Yuan quickly suppressed it. What are you dilly-dallying for? Move faster. The caravan steward scolded Fong Yuan for no reason. Fong Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. This was a trap in the dream realm. It was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Fong Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm. I am finally about to succeed. Fong Yuan looked at the Gu worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the Gu refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fong Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Fong Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Danghun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation, old ancestor Shui who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fong Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fong Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating Immortal Zombie Sha Huang's identity. Chapter 780. Originally, when Fang Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed. He would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind. Using the dream path mortal goo in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first dream path mortal goo, because of the goo worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep, there could be traps everywhere. But because Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine dream path mortal goo. But with the increase of dream path mortal goo, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared. Even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch. They had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine goo. After half a month in a mortal blessed land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. He refined enough dream path mortal goo. Using these dream path mortal goo and unravel mystery immortal goo as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move, unravel dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan did not stop. He immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was outside. She was gathering goo refinement materials for old ancestor Xuehu. When she heard of Fang Yuan's news, she was overjoyed. She immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Xuehu's punishment, returning to the third peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not hide the secret. She told Fang Yuan about it. Before Su Xian Er died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Su Xian Er left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land, even though she was immortal. Fang Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal goo as immortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream, otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Fang Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short. The number of dream path mortal goo is limited. 20 to 30%. What happens if I fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream. She is fine. And there is another benefit. After Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan, there are no benefits. Fang Yuan said honestly. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly, she felt that her tone was not right. She looked at Fang Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Li Shan's words. Fairy, no need to say anything. I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now. Our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me. Of course. Fairy Li Shan bowed solemnly. Immediately, Fang Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the dream path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical goo formation. After activating them, the goo formation activated. At the final step, Fong Yuan used green grape immortal goo to activate Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the Dream Path Goo formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Fong Yuan opened his blood-red eyes. There was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. A loud sound resounded in Fong Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed. Fong Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Li Shan's secret room. He was in a hall. I have entered He Lolan's dream realm. Fong Yuan's body shook slightly. He had an understanding in his heart. He turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hall. It was the higher-ups of Su tribe. They were treating a young Gu master with great hospitality. Su tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly. Young Master He Cheng, please have a toast. He Cheng was sitting at the front on the left. He raised the cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe's leader. Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Cheng's generous wine bill. He Cheng cupped his fists. His tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Fong Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself. He found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Su tribe. His aperture was filled with woodpath mortal goo. There were quite a number of them. Fong Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 woodpath healing goo master. Fong Yuan frowned. Woodpath was not his forte, and he was a healing goo master. He sighed internally, consoling himself. This is not my dream realm after all. As an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is? Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall. She was wearing a maid's clothing. Her face resembled He Lulan's. She was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura. Her aura was very different. It's Su Xian. Fong Yuan's heart jumped. He immediately recognized this woman. Su tribe leader's wine pot was empty. Su Xian carried it and was about to pour some wine. But Su tribe leader pretended to be angry. Are you blind? Go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest first. Su Xian replied softly. She walked over to He Cheng's table with light steps. He Cheng's gaze was fixed on Su Xian's face. Only after the wine was poured did he realize it. Looking at Su Xian's beautiful back view, he quickly stood up. I have not asked for young lady's name? Su Xian turned around and bowed, lowering her head shyly as she replied in a low voice. My name is Su Xian. Su Xian. Xian. He Cheng muttered. Only after Su Xian entered the hall and left his sight did he sit down. Ha ha. The Su family's patriarch saw this and laughed. Xian is the daughter of this old man on the battlefield many years ago. I brought her back. My wife raised her by my side and watched her grow up day by day. Thus, even though she is a maid, we treat her like our own daughter. So that's it. He Cheng muttered. He drank again, but it was already tasteless. After the banquet ended, He Cheng was arranged to rest in the high-grade guest room. Su tribe leader gathered the elders to discuss the matter of killing He Cheng in a secret room. Tribe leader, are we really going to attack? The other party is He tribe, a super force with Gu immortals. An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's eyes flashed with fierceness. So what if it is He tribe? As long as we complete this transaction, our tribe will be able to move to snowy mountain blessed land. At that time, there will be no imperial court contest. There will be no 10-year blizzard disaster. He tribe is a super force, but snowy mountain blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders' fantasies were stirred up by these words. Su tribe leader looked around. Seeing that there were still people with hesitant expressions, he said fiercely, the matter has come to a head. What are you still hesitating for? Even if we don't do it, even if we inform He tribe. So what? We have offended Snowy Mountain. They will not let us off. Don't forget the lives of our Su tribe. We were all saved by that fairy. Since that fairy was able to save us so easily, she can naturally slaughter us just as easily. Startled by these words, the secret room became somewhat cold. The elders woke up from their stupor. finally recognizing this reality. Tribe leader is right. That Hei-chung lad has already been drunk by us. I will make a move now and chop off his head. The battle hall elders said, killing Hei-chung is not easy. Don't look at how Hei-chung is alone. There are experts hidden behind him, protecting him. Hei tribe is a super force, and Hei-chung has outstanding talent. Thus he has 5 guards. Su tribe leader said the information he received. Fang Yuan was also among them. He understood the meaning of this. Then please tell us, Lord Tribe Leader, we will definitely follow your orders. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, please give the order. The elders were all excited. Good. The tribe leader was overjoyed. He quickly gave the order and made arrangements. He had clearly thought about it for a long time. Thus he almost blurted it out. Fang Yuan was a medicine hall elder, a healing gu master. He had weak offense and defense. Thus the order he received was to deal with the strongest guard with 2 other gu masters. The moment they stepped out of the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. It was a dark and windy night. The night winds were howling. A Hei tribe rank 3 gu master stood proudly, looking at the 3 people around him with anger and shock. Your Su tribe has such guts. You actually dared to touch my Hei tribe's young master Hei-chung. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Su tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the Hei tribe gu master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found Hei Lulan. It seems she is not in this scene. In this situation, I should have to kill the gu master in front of me to enter the third scene. Fang Yuan thought as he activated his wood path gu worms to heal the gu masters on his side. At first, Hei tribe's gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fang Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, Hei tribe's gu master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine Hall Elder, dodge. Chapter 781. The dream realm was dangerous. In this dream, every injury was a heavy blow to the soul. If one soul was severely injured, they would become even more muddle-headed. Their hearts would gradually grow restless, and it would be easier for their emotions to be stirred up. From there, they would sink into their dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing Hei tribe's gu masters charging over, Su tribe's 2 gu masters' hearts sank to rock bottom. Hei tribe's gu masters had strong battle strength. Even if the 2 of them worked together, it would be difficult to fight them. As an elder of the medicine hall, Fang Yuan's strength was not strong. Right now, the 2 Su clan gu masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could persevere for a period of time, giving them enough time to save him. But since Hei tribe's gu masters had planned this for a long time, risking their injuries to kill the healing gu master, they definitely had a powerful killing method. Run. Hold on for a few breaths of time. We'll be there soon. Hei tribe's gu master quickly closed the distance between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, causing the 2 Su tribe gu masters behind him to feel anxious. Fang Yuan didn't panic at all, and even sneered. It was all because he had not entered Hei Lulan's dream rashly. He had made preparations and a trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Undo. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, aiming his palm at the Hei tribe gu master. At the same time, a greenish-purple light flashed in his eyes. Intense despair surged in the Hei tribe gu master's heart. His body became fainter and fainter as his speed became slower and slower. Finally, when he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished without a trace. What move is this? The 2 Su clan gu masters who rushed over were dumbstruck. A killer move that I came up with. It's not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan lowered his right hand and said perfunctorily, "This is not worth mentioning." One of the gu masters stared with his bull eyes. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at a wild beast. We killed him in one move. If we had known this, why would we have risked our lives? Another gu master sighed. His tone was complex. There was joy and some resentment. All right, let's hurry up and go support the other groups. The most urgent matter. Kill Heicheng. Fong Yuan reminded. Su Tribe's two Gu masters nodded. This was not the time to think about Fong Yuan's killer move. The three of them immediately set off and rushed to the depths of the grassland. Fong Yuan followed the two Su Tribe Gu masters. After running a few steps, the scenery changed again. The night was dark and the sky was moonless. There was only sparse starlight. Fong Yuan, the Su clan's patriarch, and the other two. He chased in the direction where Heicheng escaped. I see him. We will be able to catch up to Heicheng after going over that hill. While moving rapidly, an elder activated his investigative Gu and said, I already said, he is hit by my tracking Gu. No matter how many directions he changes, he will not be able to escape. There's no way we can run. The Battle Hall elder said proudly. The Academy elder died in battle. We have to avenge her. Since it's a battle, there will be winning and losing, life and death. The Academy elder had sacrificed his life for the clan, so he would definitely be commemorated. On the other hand, Su Xian heir dared to betray our clan and help that Heicheng escape. She is truly unforgivable. Saying so, Su tribe leader's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although Su Xian heir is my adopted daughter, I am selfless in the name of righteousness. After we capture her, we will deal with her according to the clan rules. Hearing him say so, the other elders let out a sigh of relief, saying together, Clan leader is wise, wise. Hee hee hee. A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. Who is it? Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. This person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing. If the other party did not show himself, with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what Gu worm or killer move he used. To think that there was an expert like you protecting Heicheng. Su tribe leader purposely stalled for time. The elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious Gu master looked around, but did not move. He still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. Two more mysterious Gu masters appeared, ambushing Su tribe's Gu masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Su tribe Gu master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured Gu master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Su tribe leader saw this and his heart jumped. He had a bad feeling. The three Gu masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here. There was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to Heicheng. Hei Lulan. As a healing Gu master, Fong Yuan had been standing behind Su tribe leader. Seeing the Gu master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. Hei Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was Hei tribe leader. She had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now, she was fighting with the lightly injured Gu master from Su tribe. She had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Fong Yuan. In this dream realm, Fong Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream. Thus, when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. Hei Lulan was the owner of the dream realm. As the owner of the dream realm, she participated in the creation of the dream realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan, it is me, Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards Hei Lulan. Medicine Hall elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Fong Yuan did not care about his thoughts. With a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Su tribe Gu master who had gone through the second scene with Fong Yuan shouted and exposed Fong Yuan's identity. Fong Yuan? Hei Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression. Before her eyes shone with a fierce light. Get lost. Saying so, she waved her hand and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Fong Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also attacked Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan snorted, shouting, Unravel dream. Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the Dark Vortex Killer move or the two Goo Masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Goo Masters present. They stared with wide eyes. Hei Lolan's gaze shone. She was extremely wary of Feng Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. Hei Lulan! Feng Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. Hei Lulan was the owner of the dream. She was dreaming. Unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill Hei Cheng. Su tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go. They had no choice but to follow. Hei Cheng seemed to be injured. He was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xian was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Feng Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. This seemed to be a trap. Hei Lulan quickly met up with Hei Cheng and Su Xian. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xian did not recognize Hei Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal girl with no Goo Master cultivation. How can you stop these Goo Masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure. Hei Lulan looked at Su Xian with a complex expression. It's too late, warrior. Leave quickly. Feng Yuan got closer as Su Xian shouted. Hei Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck Hei Cheng's head. With a loud sound, Hei Cheng's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Hei Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, Hei Cheng, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ha 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 ha. Oh no. Hearing Hei Lulan's shout, Feng Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly, the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Su tribe leader and Hei Cheng were chatting and drinking. The atmosphere was very lively. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young Master Hei Cheng, please have a toast. Hei Cheng was sitting at the front on the left. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe leader. This is the dream of reincarnation. The three scenes are repeating continuously. Feng Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Goo Master. Right now, he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength has fallen. Feng Yuan felt bitter. This is troublesome. Hei Lulan is already in the dream. She did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up Hei Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more Hei Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Feng Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain-blessed land, Hei Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first, but soon became clear. She saw the 8-armed immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood. So it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak. His soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in Hei Lulan's dream realm. Using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again, he suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Feng Yuan was one step ahead and killed Hei Cheng, causing Hei Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. Hei Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely. It caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change did Feng Yuan awaken Hei Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After Hei Lulan realized this, Feng Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Feng Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. He could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward? Hei Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Feng Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy. Chapter 782. Western Desert. Guh. Gu immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry, and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless. I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Gu immortals who had rushed over came to the secret room and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yang frowned. He looked at Tang Miao, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, as he said with a heavy tone, "To think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 love Gu from Shao tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm." Sigh. Dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious, not to mention that we are exploring thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu immortal Tang Lan sighed. The prophecy of 3 Venerables had spread all over the world. It was related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Not just Central Continent, the super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and researching related Gu worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fangming, took on this mission, but not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister, Tang Miao. In order to save her brother, she had tried many times, but to no avail. It was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path Immortal Gu, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although Immortal Gu are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone, "Sigh, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path Gu worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal Gu, and they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with Dream Path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. His advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. The difficulty of Dream Path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where Dream Path Gu worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of Dream Path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. According to the 3 Venerables, this great expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that Fang Yuan did not get to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture. They could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results. More than 10 Dream Path Mortal Gu. But among these results, there were very few Dream Path Mortal Gu that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, they were like laboratory products. They were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every Gu immortal could do it. they needed talent and ability. In this aspect, Gu immortals who followed the rules were mediocre. They did not have the spirit to innovate. They could not even compare to mortal Gu masters. Tang family had many Gu immortals, but only Tang Fongming was suitable for this. These 10 or so Dream Path mortal Gu were mostly created by him. One could say, he was the main force of Tang family's dream realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fongming was currently stuck in the dream realm. As a result, Tang Fongming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fongming's injuries were protected by the clan's Gu immortals, but his soul was in the dream realm. It had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the dream realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's Gu immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them said with difficulty, "We can vouch for him, but there are almost no Guts Gu left in the market. We can no longer buy them." Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The Gu immortal who spoke earlier answered, "There is only one seller of Guts Gu. It is a monopoly business. But not long ago, this seller suddenly ran out of stock, for some reason. Even though Guts Gu are circulating in the market, if the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, the market has far more than what we need." Guts Gu was the #1 method to strengthen the soul. It did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul-strengthening method in the world. He was right. To Tang Fongming, Guts Gu was a life-saving method. If there are no Guts Gu, then brother. Tang Miao was extremely anxious. Her tone revealed a trace of panic, but she still held onto a sliver of hope as she asked, "Why did they suddenly stop selling? Is there no circulation in the market?" This time, it was Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder who spoke. "We have contacted the seller and promised a huge profit." But the other party did not reply. "Recently, Fongming's life has been hanging on because our clan has been purchasing the remaining Guts Gu in the market. We have been holding on until now, but the Guts Gu are decreasing in quantity. Now, there are almost none left." Hearing this, Tang Miao's heart sank to the bottom and her breathing became chaotic. Tang Clan had ordinary methods to strengthen the soul. Before Guts Gu appeared in jewel yellow skies, they had used these methods to keep Tang Fongming alive. But now, Tang Fongming was too deep in the dream realm. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were useless. His recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without Guts Gu, Tang Fongming was facing the danger of death. What should she do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at the Gu immortals in front of her. "I don't care. If you had not given this mission to brother back then, this would not have happened to brother. Now that brother is in such a situation, you are just watching on the sidelines?" "You can't say that." "What do you mean watching on the sidelines? All these years, our Tang clan has been keeping Fongming alive. We have put in so much effort. We have paid a huge price. You are one of the people involved. You have seen it all." Third Supreme Elder retorted. He had given countless examples. He was not making empty promises. His words were true and logical. "I don't care." Tang Miao frowned deeply. Anger was brewing in her azure eyes, but she looked calm on the surface. It was like a deep pool of turbulence inside. Third Supreme Elder, no need to say any more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand, stopping him. Third Supreme Elder did not say anything. First Supreme Elder looked at the furious and stubborn Tang Miao, sighing deeply. Tang Fongming and Tang Miao had a deep sibling relationship. These Tang Clan Gu immortals knew about it. When these siblings were young, because Tang Clan's higher-ups seized power, they were heartlessly abandoned. The siblings went through many hardships and survived. Through many fortuitous encounters, the older brother Tang Fongming became a Gu immortal, while the younger sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. The two took revenge and fought their way back to Tang Clan. Tang Clan's Gu immortals came out and negotiated with Tang Fongming. Eventually, Tang Clan sacrificed a group of mortal higher-ups to exchange for Tang Fongming's return. Compared to a Gu immortal, So what if they sacrificed more mortals? Tang Fangming judged the situation and joined Tang Clan. Using their help, he helped his younger sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal. But Tang Miao was not as broad-minded as her brother. She was still biased against Tang Clan, hiding her anger and resentment. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, persuasion was useless. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, "I have discussed with the other Supreme Elders for 3 days and 3 nights. There are only 3 ways to deal with Fang Ming." "Which 3 ways?" Tang Miao's expression softened as she asked. "The first way is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. Implant its soul into Fang Ming's body, and use a killer move to infuse the soul into the soul, allowing Fang Ming to get through this crisis. The second way is to use the blood path immortal Gu that our clan has, to use a sensing method to forcefully summon Fang Ming's soul back. As for the last way, it is to seek help from that lone cultivator White Sea Shadua." First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. "I need to consider this. Elders, please leave." The Gu immortals left one by one. Only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse. He will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete. Brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That White Sea Shadua might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing. Even brother praises him in private. But to invite him, there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth immortal Venerable's inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the White Sea Shadua sect. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. "Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you." Tang Miao sat on the bed. In the dim light, she was as beautiful as a flower. Floating astronomy. Chapter 783. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His crimson eyes flickered with a fierce light. After inspecting himself, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise. "I have already used it so many times. This Guts Gu is truly a top-quality Gu for strengthening the soul. In Halolan's dream realm, I suffered such a severe soul damage, but I have already recovered in such a short time." He breathed in deeply. He felt refreshed. The dispirited and drowsy feeling from his soul injury was gone. "Land Spirit, where is it?" Fang Yuan called. Master, are your injuries completely healed?" At the next moment, the lively little Hu immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a swoosh. Her gem-like big eyes revealed a pure and concerned emotion. The green-faced fanged Fang Yuan slowly nodded. "Tell me what happened during this period of time when I was in closed cultivation." Little Hu immortal shook her head. "Many things happened, but they are not big matters." A moment later, Little Hu immortal finished her report, but Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking a word. His thoughts fluctuated as he tried to digest this information. In Central Continent, Crane Gate was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield, while he Fengyang was still rushing around to save that desolate beast flying Crane Little Nine. The 10 great ancient sects had their own connections. They kept each other in check. The one in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After this immortal came out of closed cultivation, he used his immortal killer move Lightning Deity to challenge everyone. Right now, he had already fought over 20 Gu immortals, with only 1 draw and 1 loss. His battle achievements were outstanding. His reputation was growing day by day. Many meddlesome Gu immortals were already comparing him to immortal Monkey King Shirley. These people naturally did not have good intentions. According to Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would definitely find Vicious Lightning Fiend and fight with him. However, Shirley had not responded. Central Continent's Goo Immortals were puzzled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's temper change? Even Combat Immortal Sect seemed to have become much more low-profile during this period of time. The other 9 sects sensed that something was amiss and began to investigate in secret. Fang Yuan already knew that Shirley had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm appeared in it. Presumably at this moment, he was trying his best to instigate the entire sect to attack the Grotto Heaven. Thinking of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fang Yuan's heart moved. Initially, he had no methods. He could only escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But now, he had Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. This was a supreme weapon to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. During this period, the exploration of the dream path is still in its infancy. Regardless of which superpower it was, they were still stuck in the predicament of starting from scratch. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. He was breaking through brambles and thorns. His strongest move. They were natural Dream Path Immortal Goo. And these Dream Path Immortal Goo could be counted on one hand. But I have a Dream Path Immortal Killer move. Even without a Dream Path Immortal Goo, I am far ahead of these forces. Fang Yuan's heart was burning. Unravel Dream could effectively counter dreams. Every time he used this killer move, it benefited Fang Yuan greatly. For example, this time, after Fang Yuan saved He Lulan and unraveled her dream, he obtained many of He Lulan's insights into the Strength Dao, the foundation of one's Strength Path realm. It had become much more substantial, especially He Lulan, who had the great Strength True martial physique. He was born with a Strength Path Immortal Seed. His talent in Strength Path was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. After Fang Yuan digested her understanding of the Strength Dao, he gained a lot. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my Wisdom Path attainment level will soar. Even without a complete Wisdom Path inheritance, I might be able to create one myself. Fang Yuan thought. He Lulan was a newly advanced Strength Path Goo Immortal. Fang Yuan gained a lot from unraveling one of her dream realms. If he unraveled one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level would soar like a rocket. However, snatching the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from Combat Immortal Sect is too dangerous. It is almost impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel the dream, he had to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to Star Constellation's dream realm. That way, he would definitely be discovered. With his current battle strength, even if he rose by a level, he was not Shirley's match. Compared to the entire Combat Immortal Sect, Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and the rest beside him, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan could not be compared. Unless I have Western Desert Tang Clan's Immortal Killer move, Steal Dream. I can steal the dream directly and transfer it to another place. I can slowly conquer it and nibble away at my heart. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert Tang Clan was one of the super forces with the strongest dream path strength in the 5 regions. Originally, even among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, Tang Clan was not eye-catching. It was in the middle to lower tier. But with the help of Dream Path, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tang Clan became the strongest force in Western Desert. Even in the 5 regions chaotic war, they could look down on everyone, creating the Great Tang Age that Western Desert's people recognized. Central Continent's situation, even though there were some disturbances, could still be considered calm. Fang Yuan coveted star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But the difference in strength between his side and Combat Immortal Sect was too huge. He could only drool and feel envy. But thankfully, Dream Path was still in its exploration phase. Even if Combat Immortal Sect took down Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the short term. To make an analogy, this was like a piece of fatty meat, but the meat was boiling hot. Everyone in Combat Immortal Sect knew that it was nutritious, but they could only watch anxiously. They could not eat it. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains' situation. He had committed a huge crime. He was being investigated now. The other party had great strength and rich methods. Just after the auction ended, they could investigate Feng Yuan's identity as Sha Huang. They were not simple. They gave Feng Yuan a lot of mental pressure. But from little who immortals report, Northern Plains' situation was calmer than Central Continent. The Gu immortals who participated in the auction were busy digesting their gains, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the #1 demonic den of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain blessed land strength to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. This was already known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. As the #1 righteous path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang. He deepened his cooperation with Zombie Alliance. This cooperation caused Zombie Alliance's influence in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world to be swept away. It was rising steadily. Qin Bai Sheng had vanished without a trace, but the prince's impatience, which Feng Yuan was most concerned about, did not make any movements either. The calm situation did not ease Feng Yuan's worries. Instead, he became even more worried. The other party would definitely not let go. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, they would get rid of Feng Yuan and He Lulan. And it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance, even if Feng Yuan could escape. He would flee to Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He would definitely be hunted down and would not be able to live in peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if Central Continent or Northern Plains is investigating me. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, he did not have any good ideas. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The only consolation was that he had chosen to cooperate with Fairy Li Shan back then. It was the right choice. With Fairy Li Shan's information, Feng Yuan was able to quickly learn of any changes in Northern Plains' situation. Taking the initiative and information would often give him a strategic advantage. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. If I were a rank 8 Gu Immortal, I would have the strength to protect myself, even if I obtain news of Giant Sun's true inheritance. So what if I announce it to the world? That's not right. Feng Yuan thought of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. He frowned. If the news that he had Wisdom Gu spread, even if he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he would be attacked by many rank 8 Gu Immortals. No matter what, the most important thing now is to digest my gains from the auction and raise my battle strength. Only then can I deal with any unexpected dangers. A few days later, Feng Yuan's face was covered in soot as he walked out of the secret room with a joyful expression. He spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had already increased to 3 pairs, giving him strong flying propulsion and greatly increasing his speed. In the Northern Plains auction, he obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. Feng Yuan's killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, was finally completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly used Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Immediately, Feng Yuan's speed rose to an astonishing level. He was like a black smoke earlier, but now he was as fast as lightning. At once, Feng Yuan's vision turned blurry. Intense winds assaulted him like blades slashing at him. The Iron Crown Eagle Strength lasted for a moment before its speed fell back to its original level. Feng Yuan's vision became clear now. He turned around and saw that he was 3 li away from his original position. In an instant, he flew 3 li. Feng Yuan was satisfied, but also dissatisfied. He was satisfied because this speed was extremely fast, comparable to some movement immortal killer moves. He was dissatisfied because this Iron Crown Eagle Strength could not be controlled at will. He did not know when it would erupt. Unless I can refine my second core Gu, all-out effort Gu all the way to Immortal Gu, and raise it to Immortal Gu, then I will be able to use Iron Crown Eagle Strength at will. Feng Yuan sighed as he thought of this. His all-out effort Gu was still limited to rank 4. Feng Yuan had a lot of wealth now, but he did not have the corresponding Gu recipe. Not long ago, he took the initiative to ask about Land Spirit of Langya, and the answer he got made him feel both happy and worried. Langya Blessed Land indeed had the Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. From rank 1 to rank 5, it was comprehensive, but when it came to Gu recipes, Land Spirit of Langya would not sell them. Even if Feng Yuan tried to persuade him, he would not compromise. Fang Yuan wanted to use a Dream Path Mortal Goo recipe to exchange for it. But Land Spirit of Langia was smarter this time. He did not want to exchange for any goo recipe. He gave Fang Yuan a mission. This mission was for Fang Yuan to go to immemorial Purple Heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower and collect its petals. Fang Yuan was extremely busy. He had no time to leave. And now that there were strong enemies, if he was careless and exposed his identity, he would be a fugitive, pursued by everyone. Fang Yuan did not dare to relax. He tried to raise his battle strength. How could he collect poisonous flowers? Not to mention that immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even if there was a fragment world, it would be hard to find. Even if he found it, it would be extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were common. With Fang Yuan's current battle strength, it was still too low. Forcefully exploring it was a thankless task. Floating astronomy. Chapter 784. This matter gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Even land spirits could not be underestimated. They would grow with time and gain wisdom or experience. Ever since Land Spirit of Langia met Fang Yuan had taken advantage of him many times. Especially in this auction, the 60-40 split of profits made Land Spirit of Langia suffer a huge loss. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was reflected in Land Spirit of Langia. He had become smarter. Land Spirit of Langia pondered over this painful experience and reflected on his relationship with Fang Yuan. He finally recognized their strengths and weaknesses. Thus, he used the goo recipe to gain the upper hand in the cooperation with Fang Yuan. After all, it was the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan was really choked by Land Spirit of Langia this time. He felt terrible, and Fang Yuan could not do anything to Langia blessed land. It was not so easy to take advantage of others. Fang Yuan had obtained so many benefits from selling goo immortal slaves in the auction. Now that the repercussions had erupted, his mouth was filled with bitterness. Slowly descending to the peak of Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted the 3 pairs of bat wings on his back. He stood on the spot and looked far away, deep in thought. All-out effort goo is only a small setback. It is not an immortal goo recipe after all. Even if I cannot obtain it, with my strength path attainment level and wisdom goo's help, I can deduce the mortal goo recipe. But it will waste a lot of time and energy. At this time, there are many undercurrents. Deduce the goo recipe alone will not raise my battle strength. This is not appropriate. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete all-out effort goo immortal goo recipe, Fang Yuan would not have time to refine it. The true trouble was with He Lulan. Fang Yuan's reward for saving her was self-strength immortal goo. He Lulan learned of this from Fairy Li Shan. She jumped up from her bed in anger. Self-strength immortal goo was her vital immortal goo, and also the core of her killer move Self-Strength Phantom. Fang Yuan asking for this goo was simply digging her foundation. Without Self-Strength Immortal Goo, He Lulan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only that, it involved Self-Strength Goo. It was a memento that her mother, Su Xian had left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was something that she could never give up emotionally. However, Fang Yuan, her, and Fairy Li Shan had a Snow Mountain Oath of Allegiance. Before saving He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan had represented He Lulan to sign an agreement with Fang Yuan that could not be violated, unless He Lulan hardened her heart and disregarded Fairy Li Shan's life. He held on to Self-Strength Immortal Goo tightly. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan couldn't do anything to her. After all, it wasn't He Lulan who had signed the contract. But how could He Lulan bear to see anything happen to Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and her mother, Su Xian were blood-related sisters. When He Lulan was still immortal, she had been taken care of by Fairy Li Shan. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan disregarded the cost and nurtured He Lulan, treating her like her own daughter. While He Lulan was determined to take revenge, she was filled with gratitude and respect towards her kin, Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had made use of this point to reach an agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not worried that He Lulan would go back on her words. However, this matter concerned her vital immortal goo. He Lulan was not willing to accept her fate so easily. Ever since she learned of the situation, she had negotiated with Fang Yuan more than 10 times. She had threatened him. begged him with soft words, talked about the pros and cons, and even threatened him with the big picture. She had used all sorts of methods to get back self-strength immortal goo. But how could Feng Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal goo was the core of He Luolan's life. It was the same for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal goo was also the most compatible, unlike pulling mountain and pulling water, which needed to be modified and modified. He Luolan relied on her immortal ascension to refine self-strength immortal goo. When Feng Yuan had first received this news, he had felt great regret and regret. Immortal goo were unique. He Luolan had this goo, and she was an ally. It was equivalent to cutting off Feng Yuan's chance of obtaining it. Luck was fickle. Heaven took pity on her. He Luolan was focused on revenge. She raised her cultivation level with all her strength, but due to her carelessness, she fell into the dream realm, giving Feng Yuan a good opportunity. Feng Yuan was black-bellied and sinister. Like a shark that smelled blood, he immediately bit down fiercely. Even if they were allies, so what? One's own strength was the most important. Others could not be relied on. Only oneself was the most reliable. Feng Yuan had a firm attitude. He Luolan tried many times, but failed every time. In her anger, she purposely withheld self-strength immortal goo from Feng Yuan, and did not appear to help Feng Yuan use strength chi immortal goo to refine airsac goo. He Luolan's gaze was vicious. This gave Feng Yuan a lot of pressure. He Luolan did not want to use strength chi immortal goo, and Feng Yuan did not have airsac goo. Without airsac goo, he could not sell guts goo. In order to heal his injuries, Feng Yuan had stopped selling guts goo. It was only for himself. Without this benefit, and the 2 stone nests constantly refining goo, his funds were almost dried up. His immortal Yuan stone had already fallen to 100. To break through He Luolan's restrictions, Feng Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce another airsac goo recipe. In this regard, there was quite a bit of trouble. Feng Yuan had already sold the light in water and mountain immortal goo at the auction. He did not have enough malicious thought goo to replace it. Even though there was an entire stone nest of hairy men refining malicious thought goo day and night, under the light of wisdom, thoughts were expended too quickly. Feng Yuan had expected this. His original solution was to increase the scale of production. But to increase the scale and build a 3rd or even a 4th stone nest, he needed funds. Hairy men, especially hairy man slaves who were skilled in goo refinement, had higher prices. Feng Yuan did not have enough funds. He could not increase the production. The problem went round and round again, as if it was tied into a dead knot. Feng Yuan went to look for land spirit of Langya, using immortal materials to entice the hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine malicious thought goo. But land spirit of Langya rejected him again. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to land spirit of Langya. Thus, Feng Yuan's path was blocked. With airsac goo refinement obstructed, there was no guts goo trade. The guts goo trade was Feng Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought goo, and Feng Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Feng Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Feng Yuan was well aware that He Luolan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal goo and choose strength chi immortal goo. He Luolan, I want to see who can last longer. Feng Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu immortal land spirit and returned to Danghun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, to save He Luolan, Feng Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many dream path mortal goo. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more dream path mortal goo in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of northern plains, Wisdom Path Goo immortal old oracle from ancient soul sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of central continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Young building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples. His youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Qi Hongming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation, they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Jialianyun. They had recreated the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But Old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow. I have disappointed you. How can this be? We still can't deduce it. The culprit is not simple. He has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information." The immortals were elites of their sects. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Fengjiuge spoke. "We do not have a clear target now. We might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sections. In the following period of time, when you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information." Fengjiuge had the highest prestige. No one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now. They had important matters to deal with. They dispersed and left this place to deal with their sect's missions. Old Oracle and Fengjiuge were the last to speak. "Lord Jiuge." Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Fengjiuge, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Fengjiuge looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduce that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth. Old Oracle lowered his head and said, "But the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. If there is really a traitor among the 10 sects and they committed such a huge crime, no matter how we clean it up, there will definitely be traces left behind." Fengjiuge seemed to be consoling but also warning him. Old Oracle raised his head. His gaze was clear and bright as he stared at Fengjiuge. "Lord Jiuge is hiding this from the other Gu immortals. Are you not suspicious of my sect?" Fengjiuge laughed heartily, saying frankly with an extraordinary demeanor, "To speak the truth, I have my suspicions long ago. I believe that the ancient soul sect also has a secret mission for you." Fengjiuge's words were filled with confidence of controlling the situation. Old Oracle's heart shook. He nodded. "Indeed, I will go now." Saying so, he moved like lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Only Fengjiuge was left standing on the spot. His gaze was eerie and his expression was calm. It was unknown what he was thinking. Chapter 785. 10 days later, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Timeluck Immortal Gu floated above Feng Yuan's head, moving around continuously. Timeluck Immortal Gu was like a jade centipede. It was light green in color. Right now, it was floating in a small space above Feng Yuan's head. It was moving slowly while emitting a water-like luster. Feng Yuan injected green grape immortal essence into it while inspecting the Gu worm inch of time in his immortal aperture. Previously, he had made an agreement with Langya Blessed Land. He asked Langya Blessed Land's hairy men to make large amounts of inch of time. Langya Blessed Land's time flow was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The quality of the hairy men inside was the best in the world. Thus, after Feng Yuan paid the immortal materials, a large number of inch of time Gu worms piled up in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture like a small mountain of gold. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Inch of time Gu was immortal Gu. Its shape was like a gold bar. The higher the time revolution, the thicker and bigger the gold bar. However, at this moment, as Feng Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Gu, Inch of Time Gu was expended greatly. In just a few breaths' time, the golden mountain had completely vanished into thin air. Without Inch of Time's support, Time Luck Immortal Gu above his head stopped. Feng Yuan sighed with regret. It seems that using Inch of Time to replace Lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal Gu is too much of a stretch. I have only activated it for such a short period of time, and the benefits in terms of luck path are close to zero. Like what Fairy Li Shan had said earlier, Activating Time Luck Immortal Goo expended Immortal Essence, and the Goo Immortal's lifespan in exchange for a boost in Luck Path. However, Feng Yuan did not have much lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final stages of the battle at Imperial Court Blessed Land, when he was forced to turn into an immortal zombie, he was already old and feeble. He himself had not used lifespan goo, that is to say, out of an average lifespan of 100 years, he only had 10 years or less left. If one day, he successfully got rid of his immortal zombie body and became a healthy human, his remaining lifespan would not change. In other words, when I recover one day, my body will become old and full of vicissitudes. This is a problem. Unless I can find lifespan goo before that and use it on myself. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but frown. Lifespan goo were hard to find and extremely rare. Normally, Goo Immortals would not trade them after obtaining them. Even in the recently concluded Northern Plains auction, not a single Lifespan Goo was sold. Lifespan Goo was only Immortal Goo, but its production conditions were not fixed. Goo Immortals searching for Lifespan Goo were almost completely based on luck. Thus, in many situations, Lifespan Goo were obtained by Mortal Goo Masters and Goo Immortals could not control them. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was able to find Lifespan Goo and increase his lifespan by hundreds of years. It was also a similar situation. Currently, the best way to search for Lifespan Goo is 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Unfortunately, I only obtained one Lifespan Goo from this Immortal Goo house. I gave it to Tai Bai Yunsheng. It's basically impossible to recreate the 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Feng Yuan willed as Time Luck Immortal Goo turned into a ray of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land and would break apart every once in a while, it was still very spacious for goo worms. Time Luck Immortal Goo floated to the side of another golden mountain. These two golden mountains were naturally piled up by Inch of Time goo worms. Feng Yuan had obtained a large number of Inch of Time goo worms from Land Spirit of Langia. They were piled up into two small mountains. One of them had already been used up. There was only one left. It was this one. Even though the results of the experiment were not ideal, it gave Feng Yuan a lot of precious inspiration. Earlier, I only used Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Goo together. If I add in other goo worms, or even form an immortal killer move, I might be able to greatly reduce the expenditure of Inch of Time. The effect would be ideal. Unfortunately, even though I can use the light of wisdom and have unlimited inspiration, but these deductions involve time path attainment level, they are my weakness. Facing this setback, Feng Yuan could only put his thoughts aside for now. Dream Path Mortal Goo were still lacking, but Feng Yuan did not have any intention of slacking off. After taking a few breaths, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and entering the dream realm. After 3 dream realms, he refined 2 Dream Path Mortal Goo, storing them in his mind. Such a success rate was already a stark contrast from the beginning. It was a huge improvement. But during the 3rd Goo refinement, Feng Yuan failed. His soul was slightly injured. Dream realms had their own risks, not to mention refining goo in a dream. I was not careful and fell into the dream trap. Thankfully, I have Guts Goo to strengthen my soul. Feng Yuan rejoiced internally. He opened his eyes and left Danghun Palace. On Danghun Mountain, Guts Goo were everywhere. Feng Yuan used a few and healed the damage to his soul. Just as he was about to return and continue refining Dream Path Mortal Goo, his expression changed. A letter was sent into his immortal aperture through Moving Perspective Cup Goo. After reading it, Feng Yuan's face flashed with joy. He immediately gave up on the goo refinement plan. He chose a beautiful place on Danghun Mountain and sat down, taking out an elephant leg and using fire goo to barbecue it. A moment later, a figure flew over from the southeast direction. It was a female immortal with black hair and black eyes. She was beautiful and had a domineering aura. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the air, landing beside Feng Yuan with a cold expression. She glanced at the elephant leg in Feng Yuan's hands. Recognizing it as the desolate beast drought elephant's flesh and bones, she mocked. So you have so many immortal materials that you can waste them like this? Feng Yuan laughed heartily, looking at He Lulan before looking at the elephant leg. In this short while, because of the fire, the elephant leg was already half-cooked. giving off a thick fragrance. Fairy Lulan, I trust you have been well since we last met. Please sit. Feng Yuan said politely. Hei Lulan snorted coldly. She was still standing there indifferently, hiding her anger. Feng Yuan found it funny. Even though the other party was an overlord, she was still a woman. But thinking about it, if someone asked for his spring-autumn cicada, would he give it to them? Wouldn't he have already fallen out with them and fought them? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan understood, but at the same time, he warned himself. Hei Lulan's mistake was right in front of him. He could not ignore it. Hei Lulan wanted to take revenge. She took the risk of undergoing tribulation to raise her cultivation level, but she was careless and almost died. Now that she could not endure it, she sent her vital immortal goo self-strength over. At this stage, she could not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. How could a goo immortal's calamities and tribulations be so easy to pass? No matter how talented or arrogant one was, they had to recognize reality. Hei Lulan was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. She kept advancing bravely. After suffering this time, she should be more restrained in the future. But it is all thanks to her. Otherwise, how could I have obtained self-strength immortal goo? Feng Yuan thought of this and laughed inwardly. He brought the elephant leg to his mouth and took a big bite, eating it with relish. Hei Lulan saw this and sneered. You have already become a zombie. You have lost your sense of taste. Now that you have no hope of regaining your human body, you can only reminisce about the past? Feng Yuan said slowly and leisurely. Fairy Lulan, you did not come here just to watch me eat meat, right? Hei Lulan's expression was grim. Her tone contained anger and hatred as she said, You are so gluttonous, aren't you afraid of bursting to death? Don't worry, I have a good appetite. Bursting to death is better than starving to death. Humph. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth in anger, trying to suppress the anger in her heart as she said in a relaxed tone, Actually, why can't I change the taste? That way, everyone will have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable. Who hasn't fallen before? Feng Yuan knew what she meant. Hei Lulan wanted to use Strength Chi Immortal Goo to replace self-strength and give it to Feng Yuan as a reward. But Feng Yuan would never agree to it. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, sighing, Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I have to become stronger by all means to deal with my future downfall. Hei Lulan, you understand me. I have already made up my mind. I will not change it. Hei Lulan squinted. Feng Yuan was such a person. She was also such a person. She was about to speak when her pupils shrunk. She saw that on Feng Yuan's body, a ray of light slowly appeared. This ray of light was on his chest. It was only a phantom image at first, but it became brighter and brighter, condensing into a solid form, deeply imprinting itself on Feng Yuan's body. Strength Path Dalmark? Hei Lulan's expression changed. Just earlier, she had personally seen Feng Yuan gain a Strength Path Dalmark. She quickly calmed down and thought of the answer. Her eyes twitched as she said in a hoarse voice, So the Eat Strength Immortal Goo that appeared in the Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How did all the good things end up in your hands? Eat Strength Immortal Goo had little value to other Goo Immortals. They did not dare to use it often. But to Strength Path Goo Immortals, it was a true treasure. Especially for Hei Lulan, her cultivation was at a bottleneck. She could not undergo tribulations to increase her strength. At this time, Eat Strength Immortal Goo, which had no risk in using it, became even more important. Feng Yuan did not reply. He bit down on the bone in his hand. He had already finished eating the flesh on the elephant leg, but the bone still contained natural Strength Path Dalmarks. Feng Yuan's teeth were sharp. Even though the elephant leg bone was hard, it was crushed into pieces by his sharp teeth. He swallowed it. A moment later, another Strength Path Dalmark appeared on Feng Yuan's body. He was not afraid of Hei Lulan going back on her words, because when they signed the agreement, there was already a time limit. Hei Lulan came at the last moment. She wanted to try her best. But from the start, Feng Yuan was in an undefeatable position. Once the agreement was broken, Fairy Li Shan would die from the oath. How could Hei Lulan watch this happen? Come, sit. I will treat you to some meat. Feng Yuan took out a Strength Path Desolate Beast's leg from his immortal aperture. After roasting it, He handed the bone to He Lulan. At the same time, he willed. Eat strength immortal goo flew into He Lulan's hands. He Lulan took it without hesitation. She swallowed the meat and bone before activating Eat strength immortal goo for digestion. A moment later, another strength path down mark appeared on her body, even though it was not even 1,000th of the gains from the tribulation. But this method had no risk. It could continue to accumulate. Halfway through the meal, He Lulan sighed deeply, handing self-strength immortal goo to Feng Yuan. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Self-strength immortal goo had a new owner. R1152. Chapter 786. Feng Yuan kept self-strength immortal goo. His expression did not change. He only said to He Lulan, "From now on, if Fairy Lulan wants to borrow Eat strength immortal goo to cultivate, you will need to give me a strength path immortal material as compensation." He Lulan nodded. This was the right thing to do. He Lulan was a formidable person. Seeing that Feng Yuan was purposely displaying Eat strength immortal goo, she knew Feng Yuan's intention. She did not want to break up and deepen the cooperation. Feng Yuan forcefully took self-strength immortal goo. It was like cutting a deep wound on their alliance. Blood flowed out. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. However, compared to the only precious self-strength immortal goo, Feng Yuan lending Eat strength immortal goo was more like giving He Lulan a way out. He Lulan ate the leg bone in her hand and let out a breath of turbid air. When she looked at Feng Yuan again, there was no trace of anger on her face. "Let's go to the stone nest." He Lulan stood up and offered to help Feng Yuan refine airsac goo. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. It seemed that He Lulan's situation was not good. She had almost died in this tribulation and was saved by Feng Yuan. She must have suffered huge losses in the Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had been supporting He Lulan's cultivation without caring about the cost. But now, she was in trouble. Because old ancestor Shui, who was refining fortune rivaling heaven goo urgently, the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain were ordered around everywhere to refine goo immortal materials. The task of gathering immortal materials was very heavy. Fairy Li Shan could only do her best. Feng Yuan needed the guts goo business to continue. How could He Lulan not have the same thoughts? Earlier, Feng Yuan had given He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan some profits. It was a wise decision. At this point, he finally saw results. Benefits could also form a chain. No matter how angry He Lulan was, due to the big picture and her own situation, she had to cooperate with Feng Yuan. On the same day, He Lulan exerted a large amount of strength, restarting the refinement of the airsac goo. Before she left, she mentioned her intention to cooperate with Feng Yuan. Currently, Feng Yuan did not have the funds to expand production, but He Lulan was willing to help Feng Yuan invest in building the third stone nest to replenish the hairy men. However, Feng Yuan had to give her more benefits. Feng Yuan immediately agreed. The guts goo trade resumed. It was like a torrent pouring into a river that was about to dry up. The operations of the blessed land, which had been at a standstill, finally began to move like a horse carriage. The huge wheel slowly moved forward, rolling forward. Several days later, the third stone nest was successfully built in Feng Yuan's immortal blessed land. It was now in Feng Yuan's hands. There were several goo worms that needed to be refined in large quantities. Airsac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, an inch of time. 3 stone nests. It was far from being able to meet the demand. This involved the problem of choice, how to make the most efficient use of the limited resources. Eventually, Feng Yuan ordered the first and third stone nests to refine airsac goo. He ordered the second stone nest to refine malicious thought goo. He had a large number of deductions on hand, thus he needed to refine either malicious thought goo or memory thought goo. Malicious thought was good at scheming against others, while memory thought was good at digging out information from memories. But if it was used to deduce, there was no clear difference between the two. As for using airsac goo as the main refinement ingredient, that was because Feng Yuan found out. Guts goo could be sold in much higher quantities. Times were different now. The market for guts goo was slowly growing. Especially when Feng Yuan stopped the guts goo trade not long ago, he used them to heal his injuries. This cut off the supply, causing guts goo to be scarce in the market. the price of Guts Goo became very high. This phenomenon made Feng Yuan understand that the Guts Goo market had been stimulated, and he could definitely raise the price and quantity. So he thought, and so he did. Originally, the Guts Goo trade was done once a month. The net profit was 48 immortal yuan stone. After raising the price, not counting the profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan had 92 immortal yuan stone. It was almost double the original amount. Monopolizing the trade is so convenient to profit from. Feng Yuan's situation had improved greatly, he sighed, but also became vigilant. Because the profits of Guts Goo were getting bigger, the future was getting brighter. Crane Gate and other forces were getting restless. Earlier, because Feng Yuan displayed great strength, Crane Gate was restricted by other forces. They could not spare much effort to deal with Feng Yuan. Now that the profits of the Guts Goo trade were increasing, one day, Crane Gate would be more determined. They would spare more effort to reclaim who immortal blessed land. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they were all competitors for benefits. The only difference between the two was that the righteous path behavior was better. And the cultivation of Goo masters, or rather, the essence of human survival, was to protect one's own benefits while devouring the benefits of others. Feng Yuan was aware of this. He did not deny that he was no different from others or other forces. In terms of benefits, they were all jackals of the same tribe. To deter Crane Gate, there is only one fundamental solution. That is to continuously increase my own battle strength, to make those who act fail, and to intimidate those who want to. With such an urgent feeling, Feng Yuan successfully fused Self-Strength Immortal Goo into the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self a few days later. Although Self-Strength Immortal Goo was extremely compatible with Myriad Self, Feng Yuan still spent a few days to adjust some supplementary Mortal Goo. After testing it, he received an almost perfect result. I lack Cleanse Soul, but with Self-Strength, my battle strength has returned to the level of a first-rate rank 6. In fact, Myriad Self is even stronger than before. Maybe it is time to explore that thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance. Feng Yuan was contemplating after a long period of silence. He had already digested a lot of the gains from the auction. Myriad Self-Return had the power of an Immortal Killer move, True Solid Batwings and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo. It was comparable to a Movement Immortal Killer move. And deducing vaguely familiar face and so on required a vast number of malicious thought Goo. In who immortal blessed land, there was only one stone nest that was being refined at full force. It would take some time to accumulate enough. As for how to solve the immortal zombie problem, even though Tai by Yunxing had some progress in Eastern Sea, Shark Demon's method was too costly and would take too long. As for Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, because of Feng Zhuge's forceful interrogation, Sha Huang's identity could no longer be used. Thus the plan was obstructed. Speaking of which, I have already obtained this thieving heaven inheritance for some time. If I can obtain Luo Pa Valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will increase rapidly. It will be a good way to increase my battle strength. In the future, I can even do business in Luo Pa Wind and Fog to increase my profits. At the same time, in Luo Pa Valley, the negotiation was at its most crucial moment. Qin Baisheng smiled lightly as he looked at Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was dressed in a green robe. He lowered his head and thought for a while before laughing loudly. Qin Baisheng, I treated you as my best friend, but you lured me into this trap to harm me. With your strength, you cannot break into Langya blessed land. Do you want to use me as cannon fodder? Qin Baisheng's gaze flickered. He said lightly, with your wind escape, you can advance and retreat at will. You are famous in Northern Plains. How can you be cannon fodder? Even if my wind escape is an immortal killer move, the #1 movement technique in Northern Plains, it cannot penetrate blessed lands or grotto heavens. Qin Baisheng, I cannot accept your invitation. Hui Fengzi shook his head and refused. He was a rank 7 wind path Gu immortal. He was a famous person. Even though he had an ultimate technique, he was still very vigilant. Maybe because of this, he was able to live to this day and have such accomplishments. Qin Baisheng nodded. Hui Fengzi's reply was not out of his expectations. In that case, I can only forcefully make a move to keep you here. You want to make a move? Hui Fengzi's expression tensed. His eyes shined with a sharp light. All right, Let us have a good fight. It will dispel your unrealistic thoughts. I, Hui Fengzi, am not someone who can be controlled by anyone. The moment he said that, he took the initiative to attack. Boom. Hui Fengzi opened his mouth and flicked his tongue. A huge wind blade flew towards Qin Baisheng. Immortal killer move, Death Wind Flying Blade. Good. Qin Baisheng did not move, he only smiled. The wind blade landed on Qin Baisheng, who did not dodge. Golden light shined brightly. The golden light faded. Qin Baisheng was safe and sound. What defensive killer move is this? Hui Fengzi was shocked. He asked in shock. My Death Wind Flying Blade could not even cut a hair on you. Qin Baisheng smiled without speaking. How can I fight? Hui Fengzi's eyes twitched. His fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. He wanted to retreat. Immortal killer move, Wind Escape. He used his signature move that was famous in northern plains. In an instant, Hui Fengzi turned into a gust of wind, flying towards the sky of Luopa Valley. This was a movement killer move. It had allowed Hui Fengzi to escape from danger countless times, causing his enemies to sigh helplessly. The most famous time was when Hui Fengzi used this move to escape from the rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. But Qin Baisheng watched as Hui Fengzi escaped. He stood on the spot without a change in expression. Rumble. In the sky of Luopa Valley, thunder rumbled, dark clouds rumbled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and countless evil spirits and monsters showed their vague figures. A terrifying number of millions of them flew under the dark clouds. Hui Fengzi coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was like he had crashed into an iron wall. He was knocked out of his original position. What Gu formation is this? He was shocked and uncertain. The unstoppable wind escape could not break out of this small world. Qin Baisheng smiled. He did not answer Hui Fengzi's question. He asked, Sir, do you want to consider joining us to attack Langya Blessed Land? This time, Hui Fengzi only thought for a few breaths of time. He landed. Qin Baisheng, you are superior after all. Fine, I'll join your operation this time. Qin Baisheng chuckled. He was not surprised. Hui Fengzi was famous for knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He was a wise man who could adapt to circumstances. Since he could not retreat, Hui Fengzi's greatest advantage was gone. Furthermore, Qin Baisheng's conditions were not harsh. Even though Hui Fengzi was slightly unhappy, he had no choice but to join. Floating astronomy. Chapter 787. Zhongzhou State. Heaven in Heaven, Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was bright and clean. The palace was built with countless pieces of white jade. It was exquisite, beautiful, and quiet. Amidst the group of palaces, there was an old, pure white tower that was covered in scars, and it stood towering like a crane amongst chickens, causing it to be extremely conspicuous. The pagoda's name was Heaven Supervisor. It was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Its meaning was to stand in this pagoda and observe the world. However, the world was unpredictable. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had unparalleled talent and wisdom, she could not escape the fate of dying after her lifespan ran out. After that, after the attacks of 3 demon venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal took over. And when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ruled the world, he also wanted to take over the Celestial Court, but for some reason, he gave up on the idea. Over 3 million years, countless traces of history were deeply imprinted on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Sometimes it was glorious, sometimes it was dark and gloomy. All kinds of vicissitudes had already merged with Heaven Overseeing Tower, turning into a steady and dignified presence, like an ancient tree that had grown from the ancient times until now, old and new. He was also like a bronze cauldron that witnessed the changes of the world, standing tall and firm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord used his walking stick as he walked up the stairs step by step. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but his surging aura of an expert contained an intense aura of old age. His hair was white and his body was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. His eyes were dim and muddy. Slowly, he lifted his foot, or rather, moved it, which was more appropriate. He was like an old worm, staggering on the long flight of stairs, struggling to move forward. He walked step by step. With every step he took, the white jade staircase beneath his feet, they would flash with a faint light and emit a clear, beautiful, and melodious sound that was like a chime. The wall beside the old man changed as well. Light and shadow constantly changed on the wall. Sometimes it was a blurry fog, sometimes it was a colorful line with unknown meaning. Only a few times did a clear picture appear on the wall. The old man stared at the images on the wall. Every time he ascended a flight of stairs, a bead of immortal elemental energy would be consumed. At the same time, the image on the wall would change. The old man stopped in his tracks. There was an image on the wall, vividly depicted a valley. Luopa Valley. The old man muttered softly. A flash of brilliance flashed across his turbid eyes. The center of the picture. This was a battle between two Gu immortals. A wind path Gu immortal and a metal path Gu immortal. At the corner of the image, several Gu immortals were standing. They were looking at the center, watching the battle of the Gu immortals. The scene continued to change. The battle between two Gu immortals. The fight was not intense. After exchanging a few blows, they stopped. Finally, the scene stopped at this scene. The wind path Gu immortal slowly lowered his head towards the metal path Gu immortal. The old man secretly remembered this scene. Of the 99,000 steps leading to the top of the pagoda, only a dozen of them could display such a clear image. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord continued to walk up the stairs. He saw the group of Gu immortals in the deep sea. Most of them were immortal zombies. They were currently attacking a blessed land. A female immortal. He was kneeling on the sand, begging an elderly Gu immortal. A young Gu master was unconscious on the bed. A spirit incubating flea was crawling on his forehead, trembling slightly. He saw a Gu immortal with white clothes and blue eyes. He was walking quietly in a forest in southern border. He even saw a dark swamp with an enormous blood path Gu immortal cultivating inside. A huge blood path Gu immortal was shrouded in it. The more the old man looked, the colder his expression became. The more anger accumulated in his turbid old eyes. These people have escaped the punishment of fate. Finally, he walked up the stairs and stepped onto the top of the pagoda. An immortal Gu appeared in front of him. Rank 9 immortal Gu, Fate. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. It had a weak aura and a red scar that almost cut it in half. The old man stared at this Gu for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house, but its first core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was on the verge of destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing deep hatred. The one who caused such damage to Fate Immortal Gu was none other than the famous Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, he also broke the shackles of Fate, allowing all living beings in the world to control their own fate. However, Immortal Gu Fate was not completely destroyed. However, even with the protection of the Celestial Court's immortals, Fate's injury could not be healed even after 1,000,000 years. The cause of this situation was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's doing. Fate Immortal Gu's injury was not only on the Gu worm itself, but also on all living beings in the world, those who had escaped the punishment of fate. The existence of these people signified the collapse of fate. Thus, there were two ways to restore Fate Immortal Gu. On one hand, it was to deal with the injuries on the Gu worm. On the other hand, it was to get rid of all the people who had escaped fate and clear the obstacles for Fate Immortal Gu. No matter which aspect it was a huge problem. This was especially true for the second reason. The 5 regions were vast, and there were people escaping from their fates at every moment. It was very difficult for the Celestial Court to get rid of these existences. Even if the Celestial Court was the #1 Gu immortal organization, it could only control Central Continent. The other 4 regions were connected to Central Continent by regional walls. The stronger the expert, the harder it was to break through the regional walls. The regional walls of the 5 regions were like layers of protection, isolating the 5 regions into their own domains. Initially, when Fate Immortal Gu was just injured, the Celestial Court's efforts to get rid of the escapees was quite effective. But just a few years later, countless escapees appeared like waves on the sea, unable to deal with them. More than 10 years later, this situation spread throughout the 5 regions. Decades later, immortal zombie existences appeared. Those who should have died were still alive. This was a classic example of escaping fate. This situation had once caused the whole of the celestial court to be furious and fearful. By now, humanity was prospering, and even Central Continent had an immortal zombie branch. Survival was a human's instinct. Even the celestial court could not resist such a trend. The goal of restoring fate immortal goo seemed to be getting further and further away. There was little hope. But the celestial court had never given up. Because every generation of the celestial court goo immortals remembered the majesty of the celestial court in the Olden Antiquity era and the glory of the Olden Antiquity era. And the greatest cornerstone of this glory was fate immortal goo. Before star constellation immortal Venerable died, the arrangements she made were mainly based on it. Thus, it could resist 3 demon venerables and protect the celestial court. Completely restoring fate immortal goo was equivalent to controlling the lives of all living beings in the world. This also meant that the celestial court would regain its lofty status. It would become a supreme immortal among immortals, a king of kings. All of his efforts would bear fruit. Fate immortal goo had been restored by generations of the celestial court's goo immortals. They had paid an unknown price, and after a long period of time, it had slowly recovered and accumulated to its current state. Although it was on the verge of death, it could be barely used. Precisely so, all sorts of images appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower. The escapees and fate immortal goo were irreconcilable enemies. But there were simply too many existences that could escape the punishment of fate. The ones that appeared on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower were only the strongest existences. They were not in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They were not concealed by wisdom path methods. They were the easiest existences to deduce. Soon. Using this refinement path convention to repair the damage of fate immortal goo, there will be a qualitative change. All the investments I made in the past will be worth it. Countless years of accumulation will be worth it. I will be able to get what I wanted. After the refinement path convention, fate immortal goo will be able to display 50% of its power. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord touched fate immortal goo as he muttered. His expression gradually turned gentle. The anger in his heart also calmed down temporarily. However, before that, I need to get rid of these sinners that escaped fate. All lives, from the moment they are born, their trajectories and endings are already decided. This is the expectation of heaven and earth, nature's plan. How can you be allowed to escape? This is a life that does not belong to you. Thinking of this, the old man recalled the clear scene when he climbed the stairs earlier. Before fate recovers, let me enforce justice in place of heaven and get rid of these weeds that have climbed the highest. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. The light of wisdom filled the underground cave. Feng Yuan was here. His eyes were tightly shut. Behind him was the largest Lingji in the cave. It was the king of the Ji forest. It had already grown into a plump little tree. Its leaves were like a canopy. 7-colored light shone on Feng Yuan's face. His breathing was calm and steady. Malicious thoughts were surging in his mind like waves, colliding with each other. After a while, Feng Yuan opened his eyes. The malicious thought goo that I had accumulated for so long was used up just like that. He frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with this result. He first deduced how to add pulling mountain and pulling water, these 2 strength path immortal goo, into the killer move myriad self. In the end, he used up half of the malicious thought goo's stock, but there was less than 10% progress. This progress was too slow. Feng Yuan switched to deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. In the end, he used up all of the malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. My transformation path attainment level is still too low. Feng Yuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly sensed that a moving perspective cup goo had entered his immortal aperture. A letter was sent over from the goo. Feng Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words in the letter. The time has come. Feng Yuan's eyes shined as he stood up. The person who wrote the letter was Fairy Li Shan. Originally, Feng Yuan had planned to follow thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luopa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan suddenly sent news that made Feng Yuan give up on Luo Pavali's plan. This news was about Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. After Dongfang Naganori died, he made Dongfang Yuliang the inheritor of his legacy. But the latter was only a mortal Gu master. To prevent other Gu immortals with ulterior motives from taking this wisdom path inheritance, Dongfang Naganori did not directly give the wisdom path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, but placed it in a secret location. Fairy Li Shan had many friends. She was good at gathering information. This time, the information was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly left for an unknown location, attempting to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. Floating astronomy. Chapter 788. Northern Plains, Taichio. An intense battle had reached its most crucial moment. On one side were 3 Gu masters. On the other side was a myriad beast sheep group. The 2 Gu masters were at the front, but they were forced to retreat in front of the aggressive sheep group. The person at the back was wearing a white robe that was stained with blood. His face was like jade, but his expression was fatigued. He was breathing roughly and his eyelids were drooping. Suddenly, there was a roar. A myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led the elite sheep group and charged towards the 3 Gu masters. The charging speed was getting faster. The sheep groups on both sides were like waves in a torrential tide, scattering and opening up a path. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was already in front of them. "Young master, let's retreat. The situation is urgent. We will hold up the rear, young master. There is still a long way to go." The 2 Gu masters at the front saw this. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted. But the person behind them seemed to be in a bad state, as if he did not hear them. One of the Gu masters had a resolute expression. He made a decision and said, "Dong Pakong, you are a flying master. Quickly retreat with young master. I will hold up here." Gu master Dong Pakong's body shook. He looked at his comrade with hesitation. Tan Wu Feng. The Gu master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wu Feng. He was a demonic path Gu master in his early years. Together with water demon Hao Ji Lu, they were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were famous in northern plains. Hao Ji Lu joined He Lulan, but Feng Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and he died. In contrast, Wind demon Tan Wu Feng joined Dongfang Yuliang. He lost in the Imperial Court contest, but managed to preserve his life, turning from demonic to righteous. He had always been a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous tribe leader, Dongfang Yuliang. But now, Tan Wu Feng was holding up the rear, fighting against the myriad beast sheep group alone. He was using his own life to fight for precious time for his comrades, to let them retreat. There was no hope of survival. It was a death sentence. Dong Pakong was shocked and moved. Although Tan Wu Feng was strong, as a righteous path cultivator, he had the motivation to join Tan Wu Feng. Loyalty, he was filled with doubts. Other than doubts, there was also slight disdain and disdain. However, at this moment, the doubt, contempt, and disdain in Dong Pakong's heart vanished completely, and it transformed into a feeling of guilt and sorrow. In a moment of sincerity, he blurted out, "Good brother. I'll bring young master there." Tan Wufeng's eyes widened. Looking at the flock of sheep that was almost within reach, he was extremely anxious and cursed. "What are you waiting for?" Dong Pakong turned around and left while 2 streams of hot tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that he had to race against time. If he wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice alone was far from enough. On the way to escape, he still needed his flying master's full strength. Even so, the chances of success were less than 30%. However, at this moment, the blood-stained Gu master suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and roared, "7-star lamp!" As he shouted, his whole body shot up. 7 lumps of lights of different colors circled around the white-clothed Gu master's body. Whoosh! A large amount of star thoughts, with the support of the killer move's 7-star lantern, burst out. In an instant, this expanse of heaven and earth was dyed in a sparkling and translucent azure color. The starlight was resplendent and dazzling, and it illuminated the faces of the flock of sheep that were caught off guard. The coiling mountain sheep's myriad beast king screamed in fear, but the inertia was too great. The sheep group fell into the countless star thoughts. Young Master, Lord Yuliang, Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong saw this. They were shocked and joyful. A vast number of star thoughts formed into a huge nebula that rumbled intensely. After a while, the star thoughts were mostly destroyed. The myriad beast sheep king and dozens of elite sheep could be seen. The sheep group lost their sheep king and started to fall apart. Under the splitting of several thousand beast sheep kings, the huge sheep group split into many groups and retreated in all directions. The blood-stained white-clothed Gu Master slowly landed on the ground. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and managed to turn the situation around, he was already at the end of his rope. Young Master, Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong quickly went up and supported this Gu Master's arms. This Gu Master was Dongfang Yuliang. After the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, died. He was the inheritor of his legacy. His face was frighteningly pale. He resisted the dizziness and forced a smile. All right, we finally forced back this myriad beast sheep group. We can take a breather now. Young Master, Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong looked at each other. They were moved and in admiration. Dong Pekong supported Dongfang Yuliang as he sat down slowly. He could not help but urge, Young Master, Taichio is one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains. We have been here for 3 days and have already met more than 10 beast groups. The group of more than 10 people has only the 3 of us left. It is not important that I die here. But Young Master is precious. If this continues and something happens to you, what should we do? In this situation, why don't we retreat and try again next time? Dongfang Yuliang sat on the ground. He smiled bitterly as he shook his head. You don't understand the situation. This is my last and only chance. I have already staked it all on this. I am like an arrow that has been shot. There is no turning back and I cannot turn back. We need to make use of this time to rest and recover our battle strength. With that, he closed his eyes, held 2 primary stones in his hand, and entered into a state of rest. Dong Pekong and Tan Wufeng looked at each other. Seeing the determination in each other's eyes, they nodded and sat down beside Dongfang Yuliang, taking out yuan stones and starting to meditate. Outside Taichio, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised. To think that a mere mortal like Dongfang Yuliang could enter so deep into Taichio. This time, he pretended to be weak and lured them in. The coiling mountain myriad beast goat king sent itself to him for a decapitation tactic. He actually passed this obstacle. Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly. This Taichio is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts here. Even us Gu Immortals do not dare to enter. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance land here to guard against us. Gu Immortal Su Guang added, That's right. Dongfang Yuliang and the rest are mortal Gu Masters. They have weak auras. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts do not care about them. With Dongfang Changfan's map, they only met ordinary beast groups along the way. They entered deep into Taichio. If we go and a trace of our Gu Immortal aura leaks out, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would be alerted and resist us. Gu Immortals are here. The other 2 Gu Immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast. Over there, 3 Gu Immortals had just arrived. They were dressed in black robes and wore masks. Only their eyes were exposed. Heh, another person who wants a share of the loot. Han Dong's eyes shined with a dark light. He said in a cold tone. The 3 black-robed Gu Immortals stopped. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. She had made an agreement with Dongfang Naganori to not take his inheritance. She could not show herself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lulan were involved in the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. They had to hide their faces. The 3 stopped and floated in the air. They were at the periphery of Taichio. They did not go in. They first looked at Dongfang Yuliang and the other 2, then looked around. He Lulan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. There are so many Gu Immortals at the periphery of Taichio. I have already found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued. I have found 26. Most are demonic path Gu Immortals. But there are also Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and found only 19 Gu immortals. Even though his battle strength had risen, his investigative methods could not compare to the veteran Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lu Lan, she was actually superior to him in terms of scouting. This made him secretly vigilant. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is in a hurry to obtain the Wisdom Path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, if they obtain this inheritance, they have a chance of becoming the #1 Wisdom Path person in Northern Plains. Even their own Gu immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Naganori make a mistake? He made an agreement with the Righteous Path super forces to not attack each other, but he left out his own Gu immortals. He Lulan said as she frowned. She felt that Dongfang Naganori would not be so careless. Dongfang Naganori is the #1 Wisdom Path person in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clue in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. This Wisdom Path method cannot be easily broken. Right now, the Gu immortals are coveting it, but they are not making a move. It seems they are waiting for Dongfang Naganori to activate the inheritance before snatching it. Fang Yuan said. He wanted to obtain the complete Wisdom Path inheritance. A Wisdom Path inheritance, the more complete it was, the more valuable it would be. But now, it seemed that his wish was going to fail. There were so many Gu immortals after the inheritance. When they fight for it, it was very likely that they would split it up. But thankfully, my battle strength has risen a lot this time. I can put up a fight. When we fight for it later, I cannot stand out and cause everyone to gang up on me. I need to strategize. Fang Yuan decided on his strategy. Even though he had strong battle strength, there were many Gu immortals now. He could not fight them all alone. Of course, he was not stupid enough to fight them all alone. However, right at this time, a change occurred. A dazzling light flashed and faded. Dongfang Yuliang, Tan Wufeng, and Dong Pakong were nowhere to be seen. This is a teleportation Gu formation? It was hidden underground. We actually did not discover it. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were not so simple after all. This Taichio is not the true inheritance location, but it is the obstacle that obstructs us. Quick, while the traces of the Gu formation are still around, we need to go and find the clues. The Gu immortals realized at once. They appeared and charged towards the depths of Taichio. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 789. Seeing these desolate beasts appearing in their vision, there were even several ancient, desolate beasts among them. The Gu immortals flying in the air had to slow down as their expressions turned grim. As expected of Dongfang Naganori's plan, it was meticulously planned. He had already calculated today's situation. Even if they died, they would create a problem for these Gu immortals. In the eyes of these alerted, desolate beasts and ancient, desolate beasts, the Gu immortals were invaders. Originally, they lived in Taichio. They had their own territories and lived in harmony. When Dongfang Yuliang and the rest barged in, they were like butterflies or birds that flew into their garden. They could not be disturbed. But the Gu immortals were like bandits. They had to be alerted and fight back with all their strength. They even had to work together to defend Taichio. To humans, Taichio was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce lands were the only blessed lands. They were rare habitats that humans could not invade. At once, seeing so many desolate beasts, the Gu immortals were hesitant. Even though they had the numbers, they were not united. Because of the Wisdom Path inheritances, they were wary of each other. They could not cooperate. And they could not fight the desolate beasts to their heart's content. Once they fought, the aftershocks would spread to Taichio and destroy the traces of the teleportation Gu formation. It would be hard for the Gu immortals to track them. Those who could become Gu immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plan was so obvious, in an instant, they all understood it. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not important. We cannot get entangled with these beasts. We might lose our clues. Break through them and find the traces. Then we can follow them. The Gu immortals were still flying towards the location of the teleportation Gu formation, but they had to slow down. The desolate beasts were a huge problem. But the surrounding Gu immortals were an even bigger threat. If it was convenient, these demonic path Gu immortals would not mind. They could get rid of the competitors around them. Roar. A fast, desolate beast got into contact with a female Gu immortal. This rank 6 female Gu immortal was called Hirua. She was known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She cultivated transformation path. She cursed, feeling aggrieved. But he couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for being unlucky and choosing a bad position. Seeing the dire beast charging towards her, she did not engage in battle. Instead, she suddenly transformed into a blurry greenish-gray bird. He flapped his wings and flew away from the dire beast, flying towards the crucial location. The desolate beast could not catch up, so it turned its gaze to the nearest unlucky person. The green-gray bird quickly surpassed the other Gu immortals, becoming the Gu immortal closest to the crucial location. Naturally, some Gu immortals would not ignore this. A mere mortal killer move dares to show off? Waves surged as a rank 7 Gu immortal stepped on a huge wave. Stop the greenish-gray bird. This Gu immortal had a majestic aura, but he was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck close to his bones. His veins were densely packed and visible. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding Gu immortals showed wariness in their eyes. This was the rank 7 Gu immortal Pai Shuihan. People of the demonic Tao cultivated both the ice and water das. He had been famous for a long time. Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua saw that Pai Shuihan was blocking her path. But she did not dodge. Instead, with a soft cry, the aura of an immortal Gu gushed out. Hirua activated the immortal Gu. The greenish-gray bird immediately turned from blurry to clear. In the blink of an eye, the green bird's body expanded by 30%. 3 golden orchid finch tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply. She passed the waves and continued to fly towards the Gu formation. Pai Shuihan miscalculated. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, after participating in the Northern Plains auction, you think you have the capital." As he spoke, he raised both of his arms high up. With 2 loud sounds, waves rose to the sky, forming into 2 tall walls that blocked the green bird's path. Meanwhile, Pai Shuihan's speed did not decrease. He stepped on the waves and chased after Hirua. Hirua did not dare to fight Pai Shuihan. She raised her head and flapped her wings, flying into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves in front of her also rose. Pai Shuihan snickered as he got closer. But Hirua did not want to fight. She wanted to escape. Pai Shuihan could not do anything to her in the short term. Just as the two were clashing, a figure suddenly leaped out from the other side like thunder and lightning. This person was tall and muscular. His skin was bronze in color, lightning coiled around his body. His speed was even faster than Hirua. Fang Yuan felt that this person was familiar. He willed and recognized him as Divine Lord Tian do this immortal cultivated lightning path. Back then, he and Shirho had forced Zombie Alliance's Immortal Zombie, Guyi, to use an Immortal Yuan Stone to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Divine Lord Tian Du saw that Pai Shuihan and Hirua were chasing and escaping. He used a movement killer move and shot out. Soon, he surpassed everyone and became the person closest to the teleportation Gu formation. Ha ha ha. Divine Lord Tian Du saw that the Gu formation was getting closer. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Take care, Divine Lord. A white-robed scholar abruptly appeared in front of the divine realm of Heaven Capital, accompanied by a slow and unhurried voice. Ah, free scholar. Divine Lord Tian Du's expression changed when he saw this person. His speed plummeted. He knew that he was not the rank 7 Gu immortal free scholar's match. He quickly shouted, "Shirho, quickly lend me a hand." Shirho's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show himself beside Divine Lord Tian Du. He was a burly man with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. Divine Lord Tian Du shouted as he pushed with his palms, sending out a lightning dragon. At the same time, Shirho also used a mortal killer move towards Free Scholar. These two were not weak among rank 6 Gu immortals. Otherwise, they would not have dared to extort Zombie Alliance members. Right now, the two of them worked together and attacked fiercely, attracting many gazes. Come. Free Scholar smiled lightly. He flicked his palm as two immortal goo flew out. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Shurho and Divine Lord Tion Du spat out blood as they retreated. Free Scholar stood on the spot calmly. He fought 2 against 1. Forcing back Shurho and Divine Lord Tion Du. The immortal goo he used had extraordinary power, but he had already kept them in his immortal aperture. Nobody could see them clearly. Let's go. At this time, in another direction, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming shouted. Gu Immortal Su Guang and Handong followed behind him. They advanced rashly. Exclamations of shock were heard. It's the Earth-traveling 3 elites. Stop them. Be careful. When they work together, their battle strength can fight rank 7. The 3 elites let out a dazzling light. The light connected and formed the shape of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be used by 3 Gu Immortals working together. The killer move had incredible power. The 3 elites charged around unstoppably. They got close to the Gu formation. There were only 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. There were not many rank 7 Gu Immortals either. For example, Qin Bai Shang, Fairy Li Shan, and others. They were all famous for a long time. In the Gu Immortal world, most Gu Immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites worked together, they had rank 7 battle strength. They were feared by others. Moreover, they had chosen their direction carefully. There were no rank 7 enemies. Because of this, the 3 of them got close to the teleportation Gu formation first. The 3 of them were extremely fast. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and others could not stop them in time. He could not stop them in time, and could only watch as the 3 heroes landed on the Gu formation. However, at this time, a change occurred. The 3 elites' figures flickered and vanished. A huge, desolate beast batfish flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bats are space path desolate beasts. This one actually has concealment goo. The 3 elites were devoured by it. Ha ha ha, their lives are not in danger. But they lost the most precious opportunity. Some of the Gu Immortals were shocked. Some were gloating. The ruin bat was not an exception. At this time, Taichio's desolate beasts had already surrounded the Gu Immortals. They were engaged in a full-scale battle. The cute and petite peach wolf, the phantom light flying horse that was as fast as light, the white-hooved ink dragon that was steady like a mountain, and the blood-tongue tree that had branches that looked like long blood tongues. There was also the Chi Path rank 7 desolate beast origin returning peacock that could absorb the surrounding primeval energy, as well as the 3 desolate beast coiling mountain goats, and the lawless antelope that could give rank 7 Gu Immortals headaches. At once, the scene became chaotic. The desolate beasts and Gu Immortals fought intensely, while the Gu Immortals fought against each other. But no matter how chaotic the battle was, the Gu Immortals were protecting the crucial locations, trying to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lulan moved through the chaotic battle, moving around agilely, unknowingly getting closer to the Gu formation. Moo! A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan's path. You dare to snatch it from me? Gu Immortal Zhuozhan held a huge hammer and wore red copper armor. He was riding a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan's group from behind. At the same time, Divine Lord Tion Du, who was far away, sneered. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into a lightning shuttle that shot towards them. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped them. Don't move, let me use my method. As he spoke, countless Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture. Rank 4 all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul coat Gu, breath concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu danced like butterflies, flying in the air. An immortal Gu was at the center. It was the strength path immortal Gu, self-strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal Gu weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal Gu's self-strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge, sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Fang Yuan had already made preparations. He had activated this Strength Path Phantom Army in advance. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self, First Style, Giant Hand, Fong Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Fong Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group strength goo. They entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Fong Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom! A Strength Path giant hand suddenly appeared. The air within a radius of several hundred feet was torn apart. The giant hand pushed. The bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed. Lightning Shuttle Immortal Goo was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards Goo Immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.